D. And we are live again.
Yay! Welcome back. Happy International Women's Day, Part 2.
Well, part 4, really, but yes, part 2
yes,
of
because,
today.
for those who are listening who just joined us, then we had actually all day Saturday, 9 hours, March 5th. And you have to be careful when you say dates because we are a global entity.
Yes.
And now we're in the second half of our second day. And what a joy it is to know that all over the world, Natalie and Marina, all over the world, there are women who are doing what we're doing. We're celebrating women's progress. And I love that we're doing this. And at the same time, we are very cognizant of the fact that so many women are still struggling. And when we look through the decades and the centuries, we see great progress has been made. And for that, we celebrate. Yes.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And as we celebrate, I am so honored to be here with the two of you and all the amazing speakers and experts we've had, more coming up. And I see more people are coming back to watch us.
Welcome back. Yes, and the long-term goals, when we think about what are the benefits to the 3.9 women and girls who are living on the planet today, long term, of all the things we're talking about, every area of their lives being improved and more becoming entrepreneurs and more of them really understanding that they can live as queens and live in their power and be, just so confident and calmly confident, I think is what we talked about before. But when billions of lives are improved and women are able to rise up a little higher even throughout the world, then what are the positive effects? They're countless, but it includes more female leadership worldwide, a higher level of education for women, healthier national economies. And there's so much research and data on it's a parallel. As women are included in leadership positions, then the ROI of companies increases, really. So healthier national economies and stronger families, of course, as women become stronger themselves. And then, of course, what we all hope and pray for is greater global peace. So many massive national and global positive effects to women receiving more education, being more calmly confident, being able to live as queens, believe that they are queens. And all of these women who are speaking today, I just bow in honoring because they've all taken the time and made the effort to become experts. And that's something magnificent because there are solution makers, there are solution seekers. We call that win-win women because when women improve their lives, that's a win. When experts can share solutions, that's a win. Win-win women. And here's the beautiful news. As women become more effective in every area of their lives, I'm a solution seeker in technology. I'm not a solution maker, but I'm a solution maker in other areas, as are you. So we're all solution seekers in some areas, right? And we can all love and nurture and succor and learn from each other naturally in everything that we do, especially as we are connecting and collaborating in community, which is what winwinwomen.com is all about.
Absolutely. And was having a discussion yesterday with some people on a different show. But what you just said brought that back to life because it is not just about all of us coming together and caring about each other. What we also see today in the comments that we get whenever an expert is speaking, and of course when we're talking, is that we believe in one another. And I think that is really crucial because sometimes we as women may not believe in ourselves or may not believe in ourselves enough. So having a community that believes in us sometimes more than we do can make all the difference.
Oh, and the belief translates right to trust.
Yes.
And Stephen Covey's son, Sean, wrote the book, The Speed of Trust, which
Mm,
is mandatory to the growth of any business or the success of any family.
yes,
Mhm.
absolutely. Well, without any further ado, I think I'm going to hand the mic over to Marina to welcome our next guest.
Yes, I have the pleasure to introduce Denise Millet. She's a marketing technology specialist. After 20 plus years as an IT consultant, installing software and training users how to enrich their work efforts with technology. Denise founded M Media Group LLC, specializing in marketing and technology services for entrepreneurs, coaches, consultants, and small businesses. The firm works to make the use of marketing and technology easier for their clients. Consultants, service providers, and entrepreneurs hire her to implement their social selling pipeline because more are sick and tired of throwing away their time and money on marketing that doesn't bring them quality leads that turn into profitable clients. Denise says, I help people leverage the power of direct response copywriting, social media marketing, and leading edge technology so that they can protect their most valuable resource, their time, and free them up so they can spend more time in their zone of genius. Denise is a mom of two wonderful people, loves reading, painting, and BBC mysteries. Denise, welcome.
Hello, happy International Women's Day. I am honored to be here with you today and to share the stage with so many amazing women. Today is meant to uplift and inspire women all around the world so we can come together and thrive. And today I'm going to share some truths about marketing your business in today's online world. We're going to talk about marketing and how it connects you to your audience. Where does social media fit in the puzzle of marketing, and how to win the day and get the results you want. But before I dive in, I want to share something Eleanor Roosevelt said once. And she said, there's no more liberating, no more exhilarating experience than to determine one's position, state it bravely, and then act boldly. I want to share this quote with you today because I want us all to continually remind ourselves that we are of our own minds. We can decide what we stand for, who we are, where we want to, what we want to put forth in the world, and where. So, what is marketing? Marketing in its simplest form is the process of building a relationship between you and your potential customer or client. You as a business owner have a product, offer a service, or have expertise to share with the world. Your potential customer or client has a problem, a need, or an information gap that you can help fill. Marketing is the process that enables you to connect with them and them to find you for mutual benefit. In essence, building a bridge between you. Seems simple, right? Well, you're probably saying, well, Denise, that is a very oversimplified view of marketing, isn't it? And I will answer you and say, yes, it is simplified, but that's on purpose. By distilling marketing down to its core purpose, we could eliminate the noise around it and then allow us to focus on what is important for our best results. There are a million and one things screaming at us online for our attention. It's kind of like being in a carnival where you're walking by the games and the barkers are calling out as you pass to knock over a milk bottle or throw a ring over a peg to get a Cupid doll, right? We have to constantly keep our attention on our customers. There's so many ways to approach marketing today. And what we're really aiming for is finding the right place where your customers spend their time. And once you figure that out, then you can figure out how to serve them and build that bridge to them. So you have the bridge, and now how do you decide where to find them? How do you go about that? And where does social media fit into this? Well, what is the true role of social media in your business? It's such a big source of noise in our lives today. It's amazing how much has been woven into our culture and our lives, personally and professionally, and our families and our friends. It's frightening and amazing at the same time. So the platforms, Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram, Twitter, they have enormous reach, huge audiences. People are there for a lot of time, and that's an audience you can't find very easily in many other places except maybe Google, right? But they should only be considered for your marketing efforts to the extent that they serve you or fit what you're trying to accomplish. So you have to evaluate whether what's worth your time, okay? I will suggest or say that posting, getting likes and shares, and spending hours and hours reading and scrolling and looking doesn't really help you and doesn't get results. So what does? Well, every platform you have a presence on is there to support you. Because of the distributed nature of the internet and the online world, we don't always know when or where our potential customer or client is going to find us or reach out to us, right? Or find information or try to connect with us. So we want to use every platform that we do have a presence on to its fullest potential in support of what we're trying to do. So that means the information we place on these sites is representative of us and our business. And it should be uniform across all platforms, including our websites. It's a place to engage with an online audience or a potential audience and build one and build that bridge so that you can serve the needs of your people. But they need to be able to feel connected to you and believe in you by what you've posted there. So we should consider that we're in a journey with our potential customers and clients where we're helping them to know us, hopefully like us and trust us, so they feel comfortable reaching out and working with us. So having a presence on each platform is also a way to provide social proof that you're a genuine business. And that social proof is kind of like having a window into your business, right? You want it to be looking into the best picture of what your business is, right? You want to be that store window that's so tempting, that is so comforting, that is so true and authentic that there are no hesitations when someone's going to try to walk in the door or when they look in the window. You just want to give that aura of ease and comfort and deal with any objections or anything that might hold them back. So that sounds really flowery, I guess, but flowery, let's pun. I'm trying to say that you want to think about what you're presenting out there and what people are seeing when they come to visit you on these sites. So imagine you entered a parking lot and there were 2 restaurants on either side of you. One restaurant had 1 car parked in front of it. Another restaurant had 10. What do you instantly imagine as a result of that? Well, I'm going to tell you what I would do is I would say, well, more people go there and that's probably the better restaurant. Well, it's the same when people look at your business. When they see in front of them, they make these subconscious decisions about whether it's safe to go forward or whether they like what they see. And you want to do everything you can to support that decision and that subconscious action they're going to make. So we're also going to consider that we are shining a light on ourselves, on us professionally, when we put ourselves online, whether it's a website or a social media platform. So I'm going to challenge you to go to your sites and say, if I was a customer and I went here, what would I see? What would I be left with when I left this site? How would I feel about me after seeing what I see? Would it make me feel confident and comfortable to move forward? Would it make me curious to reach out? So really do that exercise and you'll understand what I'm trying to get at is you want to present something that you want someone to reflect back at you and take the action that you want. So now how to get results that matter for you. I want to stop for a second and share some truth though before we go too far. This is your timeline. Don't compare your chapter 1 to anyone else's chapter 10. You are working on your stuff, your endeavors. It's unfair to you. We all begin without a single thing done. It's all created from scratch. Only you know where you are and where you should be, and how much time and energy you could put into marketing right now. So you need to give yourself some grace. And remember that small wins are wins just the same. And success is found in authenticity, consistency, and being realistic about what you can do. Authenticity in the sense that you're presenting not an image that you think somebody wants to see. If you craft an image, people can see through that. They want to see the real you. They want to see the real you that's going to be the person they work with. Or, if they have 20 people to choose from online, why are they going to choose you? And that's going to help you find the people that actually work with you better. You want to find your people too. They want to find you and you want to find them. So you want to narrow down that audience of thousands down to a few that work really well with you, because you're in business to you spend too much time in your business. You want to be happy doing it and you want to serve them the best. So you want to find the right people to connect with you. And the only way they can do that is to really see who you are. And I don't mean, overly sharing details or personal things or anything like that. I just mean share your beliefs, share what you think, share what you believe to be true about business and your area and your profession. And try not to craft an image as much as to present yourself. And then I would say that consistency is very important, because if you choose to do something and you carve something out and do it and you're consistent, then someone who visits you is going to see that history, that you've been there on a consistent basis and your presence. It's not just a fake facade of a business or of you. It's actually really engagement by you with your community that you're building. If they come to your site and they see something that was last post was 10 months ago, well, then they don't think you're real. They don't believe that you're really engaged and it's a community. They just see that, oh, well, that's your storefront and you haven't revisited your Yellow Page listing since in a long time. So you want to make sure that you're consistent with whatever you do choose to do so that it stays fresh and current. The other thing you want to do is be realistic about your time and make sure that your goal when you approach these platforms is realistic. It is what you can really expect to do with the time you have in your life and in your business and your resources, etc. So try not to bite off too much. Now, you want to make a plan and you want to include only what you can do. You want to fight off that pressure that we all get by seeing what other people are doing. This one who's making millions of dollars doing it this way, and this one who's using YouTube ads, and this one who's doing this on LinkedIn. None of that matters. What really matters is what you can do today and what fits for your life, because then you're going to be authentic with it and you're going to be realistic and consistent. And you can always build on it in the future, but do what you can in your own way and keep that going and make that happen. And then when things change, you can change it, but do only what you can and try to fight off that pressure to do what other people are doing, because it's really your show. It's your time to prepare and present and shine for you and to get the connection that you need for your business. So as we come to an end of our time together, I want to revisit the words of Eleanor Roosevelt. There is no more liberating, no more exhilarating experience than to determine one's position, state it bravely, and then act boldly. And I want to remind you from that quote that you can determine your own plan, and you should feel empowered to do so. You can choose how to interact in marketing, in social media, online, or not, based on what you think is going to work for you and is authentic and realistic for you. You can choose these things, decide how to proceed and what to put forth in the world, and then state it bravely and act on it. This is your time, not someone else's. Thank you for sharing this time with me today, and I hope you have a fantastic day celebrating all the women in your life. Thank you. Bye.
It was wonderful, Denise. Wonderful, wonderful. You stated it bravely and boldly. Yes, we have lots of very positive comments, and thank you for those who are commenting. We appreciate your comments, and that was a beautiful presentation. Thank you, Denise.
Oh yeah, and I loved how she brought in Eleanor Roosevelt, who to me is one of the women who in history, of course, epitomized having a place in society and breaking the rules. You know, I mean, she started as a journalist and all of that. She's like, oh, no, I want to go here. I know this is my role, but guess what? I'm still playing over here. There are always ways in which we can do that.
Yes. Yes. What were your thoughts, Marina?
I love it. And she also reminded me that success, she mentioned 3 important points. We need to be authentic, consistent, and realistic. But also, we need to keep in mind that success sometimes includes errors. And I won't call them failure, because instead of failure, we can say it's experience, it's learning. And we need to be patient with ourselves, because along the way, we're going to make a lot of mistakes, like I have done so many in my episodes. But at number 10, I was like celebrating all of them and being happy to say, I won't quit. I want to keep trying. I have the desire in my heart. I have a message. And even though I'm going to keep doing mistakes, it's part of my learning. And I am happy with that. And I'll make peace with that, with not being perfect, just embracing also my errors.
Absolutely. Well said. Thank you, honey.
And what comes to my mind there is I love looking at words, right? I always love looking at words. And so if you take apart the word mistake, then you have miss and you have take, which is like in a movie, right? So you have miss, take. So it's take 1, take 2, take 3, take 4.
Oh, that's wonderful. I haven't heard that before. That's perfect.
Well, you know, sometimes you have to I don't like to say errors and failures.
973.
Exactly. It's all good.
It's all good. It's all
But
good.
having said that, it is time for us now to have our special guest from Kyndryl. Paula,
Yes.
will you do the honor?
Yes. Karima Bryant, our sweet friend. She's the Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Officer for Kyndryl. She's an outstanding human resources executive with expertise and experience in leading and coaching organizations through change management and transformation, with a focus on, and I love this, a focus on people and talent. Karima, she began her IBM career. Remember, we told you that Kyndryl is a breakoff of IBM more than 20 years ago as a strategy consultant, and has since held many positions in HR. So in her prior role, Karima was the diversity inclusion leader and chief of staff to the SVP sponsor for the IBM Black community. In this role, Karima led a team of executives, and senior leaders for IBM's Embrace social justice efforts and programs, including the IBM HBCU ecosystem strategy and 110 commitment. That was one of their projects. So prior to this role, Karima was a global business unit HR leader, where she defined talent and HR solutions for global markets managing directors who led multi-billion-dollar industries for IBM in the insurance and the public sectors. So additionally, Karima has experience working in IBM's Watson Health division. During her role as the Watson Health Global Talent Partner, Karima partnered with HR executives to align talent strategies to meet Watson Health's unique business needs. So Karima was also a senior leadership development consultant responsible for coaching, design, and delivery of learning and development initiatives for IBM senior executives. Karima holds a Bachelor of Science in Business Management from Hampton University and a Master's of Business Administration, so an MBA from Indiana University's Kelley School of Business. Karima and her husband, James L. Bryant III, have 4 beautiful children. Take it away, Karima.
Hi, my name is Karima Bryant, and I have the privilege of being Kyndryl's first Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Officer. For those of you who haven't heard of Kyndryl, let me give you a little bit of background. Kyndryl is the world's largest IT infrastructure services provider. The KYN in Kyndryl represents the strong bonds we form with our customers and with each other, because in essence, our people are at the heart of our business. The DRYL is coined from Tyndryl, which evokes new growth and connections, because by working together, we are growing stronger. Kyndryl is formally part of IBM, and we spun off into a new public company just last November. We like to say we're a $19 billion startup with nearly 90,000 employees operating in over 60 countries. Probably a little different than most startups you've heard. At Kyndryl, we design, build, manage, and modernize the mission-critical technology that the world depends on every day. For example, when you take money out of your ATM, Kyndryl makes sure the software and security is there so you can withdraw your money safely. Our customers include 75 of the Fortune 100 companies around the world. Prior to spin, I worked at IBM for more than 20 years in a variety of consulting, HR, and diversity and inclusion roles. My most recent role was as the diversity and inclusion leader for IBM's social justice efforts. Now at Kyndryl, my team and I are working hard to ensure that we're keeping current and maintaining best practices in a very fast-moving environment. But at the same time, we are also working hard to put in place the foundation with the strategy and the infrastructure to advance inclusion, diversity, and equity at Kyndryl. But we are essentially starting from scratch. As a woman new to this company and new to this role, it's a challenge thinking about embedding inclusion, diversity, and equity at all levels of our organization for almost 90,000 Kyndryls around the world. But it's also extremely exciting when you think about this very unique opportunity once in a lifetime. This is especially important during times of recognition like International Women's Day, where the great work being done by and for women is able to shine bright. So like I said, our company is brand new, and I'm brand new to this role. And in fact, a few days ago, we went live with this message to our employees on the importance of inclusion, diversity, and equity in this new company we call Kyndryl. I'm excited to share this video with you all. Enjoy. Hi, my name is Karima Bryant, and I am Kyndryl's first Chief Inclusion, Diversity, and Equity Officer. It is amazing. It is overwhelmingly fulfilling. I'm so excited. I am giddy. I recognize there's a weight to this too, right? Inclusion is really about being intentional and thoughtful about how we make people feel, how we make people feel like they belong, and how we make people feel like they are valued. To me, that work is on being intentionally inclusive. And I also see my job is to help bridge the gap from what is my present today to someone else's future. So if I can bridge that gap, I'm expecting and hoping others will do the same, always looking for opportunities to coach and mentor and bring others up, even if they don't look like you. I grew up in a very diverse environment, so I'm used to being around people that don't look like me and learning how to adjust to understand everyone's differences and learn how to work with people. I want you to see me as a Black woman, as a mother of 4, as a wife, as a daughter, as a sister, as a Jersey City resident, as someone who graduated from a historically Black college and university, Hampton University. All of those things make me who I am and make me bring all of that to this role as the Chief Inclusion Diversity Officer. I cannot forget any one of those pieces. So I want people to see me just as I want to see you. Kyndryl is a global company, and we want to recognize and give everyone the opportunity to feel like they're being heard. The groups that we're going to focus on are global as well. But when I think about what I think is important for us at Kyndryl, I really want to make sure we're focused on building an inclusive culture. I believe that inclusion, diversity, and equity are not only good for business, but can really give Kyndryl a competitive advantage. Success looks like for me when we are, as an organization, intentional about inclusion so that every Kyndryl feels seen, heard, valued, and appreciated. And I think if we do that well, we are bringing that innovation, we are bringing that diversity of thought, and people want to come here and people want to stay here. As I mentioned in the video clip, all of my experiences in my life, from being a woman to a mother to a wife to an executive, have had an influence on how I arrived to be where I am today. As we celebrate International Women's Day and Women's History Month, at Kyndryl, we are working to elevate and celebrate women across the company all month long. We're also focused on supporting breaking the bias. We have efforts underway at Kyndryl to cultivate women talent, including learning around unconscious bias and development programs to help women be even more successful. We are also bringing in external speakers to talk with employees about overcoming biases, barriers, and challenges. Our CEO, Martin Schroeder, will join us for some of these events and has put his full support behind ensuring that inclusion, diversity, and equity play an integral role in the foundation of Kyndryl. This month, I'm excited to share that we announced our newly launched Kyndryl Inclusion Networks. We call them KINs. This exemplifies our focus on inclusion, leadership, learning, and networking. KINs are company-sponsored, employee-led organizations that align to both our business objectives and our ID&E strategic priorities. They are places where employees and their allies have a safe space to share experiences and build internal community. I'm especially excited given this month that we have strong women leaders at Kyndryl, including Maria Bartolome Winans, who's our Chief Marketing Officer, Nella Koff, who's our Chief Transformation Officer, and one of our newly named executive sponsors for our Women's Kin, Chris Lovejoy, who is Kyndryl's Global Security and Resilience Leader. I'm so thrilled to have been able to join in this year's celebration, and I'm looking forward to continuing to celebrate and share our journey as we support advancing women around the world. Women, go strong and shine bright. Thank you so much. I hope you hear my passion about Kyndryl and about International Women's Day. I'm so sorry I couldn't be there with you. Enjoy your day.
So I love what you said. Women, go strong, shine bright, shine brightly. I love that. Yes, and we're doing that right here on winwinwomen.com. And as we are all celebrating together on this International Women's Day, yay.
Absolutely. And I do want to just also let everybody in the audience know that Kyndryl is not just our sponsor, but as you mentioned earlier, of course, they are also very much in alignment with what we are doing, with supporting one another, with celebrating. And the way that they have worked with us in this process has just been really inspiring. So please be sure to check out what they are up to if you haven't been inspired enough. Also, feel free to go to their website. And a little hint for some of you, they're especially interested in sharing their career website. Just saying, you never know. I know we've got people from all over the world here. So Kyndryl has really been amazing and on my end, amazingly easy to work with ever since they said, no, we're in it. So really, really wonderful. And oh, look, there's Bobby talking about Kyndryl. There's Bobby Alexander. Thank you for being here as well.
Hi, Bobby. Yes, special women there. And we look forward to years of working with them. So thank you to Karima and welcome to Bobby.
Yes. See, you never know who's going to show up. And I just, I feel that given that we're celebrating Women's Day, International Women's Day, there are many, many advances that we've made. There are also many places where we haven't. And then when I hear somebody like Kyndryl, for example, come on and say, no, we want to include. We want to emphasize that together we can. I think that's really important. The other item that I wanted to point out for those who do not live in the United States, who may not know what HBCU means. A little history lesson here. That means historically Black colleges and universities. And Hampton University, of course, is one of those. So just saying that there is a lot of history and a lot of very special challenges and very special perspectives really being shared in the group that leads Kyndryl. That was all. Just had to have my historian come out as well here for a moment.
I love that. And I love when she said, it's a little different to be a $19 billion startup. I'm like, that blew me away. But think of the courage of these women who said, we need a special entity that talks about inclusion, all the things that they're talking about, diversity, and the important things. These are strong women. And you notice they were women, all these women. And, they're saying, let's have this. And IBM, thankfully, said, okay, we'll support you and we'll help you create this. So hats off to Kyndryl. Yeah,
absolutely. And they are, of course, across the globe, having worked with, having had the connections from the IBM and all of the amazing women that Karima just mentioned. Really, really wonderful to get that feel that it's not just, I have to throw this in, it's not just the numbers game, well, we have to have X% off. No,
Right.
they're coming. Together we thrive.
Yeah. Together
That's
we
all I'll say.
thrive. Yeah, that's our theme. That's our theme. Wonderful. So, are we ready to go to Lai Smith?
Oh, yes, we are. Absolutely. She is waiting in the wings, sitting nicely in Kano. She's actually standing in the green room, I think. And I am so appreciative that she is here. May I do the introduction?
Absolutely. Take it away.
Wonderful. So, and I am probably going to, first of all, not pronounce her name correctly, but I'm just going to say Lee Smith or Lai Smith from Upcycle Coaching. She is an amazing woman who took herself from being lost in the corner of the couch with a massive depression to optimizing her health, revitalizing her then dying marriage, becoming an award-winning speaker, two-time best-selling author, and earning certifications with Tony Robbins, Dale Carnegie, and Brendon Burchard, all in under 8 months from her decision that enough is enough. She is the high-performance mindset coach with Upcycle Coaching and creator of the innovative and proven 5-step, I love this, Candy method. Top performing realtors hire Lai to guide them how to increase their income and to create an extra hour in their day for themselves without the overwhelm. She is a graduate of Les Brown's Power Voice Academy and shared the virtual stage with Les at his virtual Power Voice Summit in June 2021. She's also the finalist in the 2021 Influential Women of Sierra Nevada Award and a recipient of the 2021 Brains Korea Global Awards, recognized for innovative ideas, resourcefulness, and accomplishments in the areas of mental health. She believes that every person has what she calls the 3 Gs. Lai, or Lee, she's going to tell me in a second, is on a mission to help men and women identify their genius, unlock their gifts, and unleash their greatness. Whew, that's a mouthful. I can't wait to hear about upcycling. And please, please, please forgive me. How do I best pronounce your first name?
Natalie, it's Lee.
Lee.
Yes.
See, I'm European. From the spelling, I can't tell. Lee, thank you so much for being here. The stage is all yours. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Natalie, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you, Paula. I just adore you so much in this wonderful day of celebration. And to all the women around the world tuning in, happy International Women's Day. What a wonderful day, as we should every day be celebrating women, what we accomplish, thriving together. I love this year's theme, and it is my honor and my pleasure to be here with you. And if you heard the word upcycle, you might be thinking, that's an interesting word. That's not something that we hear every day. Well, upcycle means to process something so as to make it better than what it originally was. And so I hope in this time, in my story sharing and a tool that I want to provide to you, that I'll be able to process this time together, a little bit of your mindset that will make you better than who you originally were when we started this moment together. So thank you again. It's so wonderful and exciting to be here with you. And I came out of this place, yes, of massive depression. And it seemed so odd to me when I became aware of it, because I was in the midst, truly in the midst of fulfilling a dream that was planted in my heart when I was 14 years old. And that dream was being a stay-at-home mom. I married my husband, came into a blended family. His son was 5 years old at that time. And then a couple of years later, our amazing daughter came along. And so I was a stay-at-home mom with her for 15, well, pretty much, she's 19 now, all these years. And it was around year 15 that instead of really enjoying the moment of the day and taking it as granted instead of for granted, and going through the motions. I wasn't aware that I wasn't doing that until I was on a beach in Hawaii, again, living the dream. This vacation, this 3-week Hawaiian vacation that had been gifted to me and my family from my dad. Thanks, Dad. And while we were there watching this beautiful sunset, imagine, even if you've never been in Hawaii, just imagine the golden orb of the sun setting on the sapphire blue horizon, and this gentle breeze is just passing through your body and your being and your family. For me, it was my stepson and his girlfriend, my husband of 15 years at the time, 16 years at the time, and my young teenage daughter. And we're here during the Christmas holiday. Here's this beautiful family moment, standing on paradise, watching this glorious sunset, painting amazing hues of pinks and yellows of purples across the sky. And I'm thinking logically, I am having a moment that so many people don't even get once in a lifetime. So why could I not feel the moment? And it was in that moment that I became aware that I had been fighting a depression for over 2 years. Because on the outside, I was smiling, my beautiful smile. I was putting my highlights on social media because I didn't want the world to know there was something wrong with me or something wrong inside of me. I don't want the world to know my problems or the negative energy that comes with that. I'm not one to spill my drama anywhere. I was internalizing it and I was disguising it, even from myself, until that moment when I'm standing there experiencing and yet not feeling it on the inside. And a thought landed in my space, and it was, Lee, what does make you happy? Why do I not have an answer coming to mind? I have a strained relationship with my stepson, at least I did at this time, but I know how to appease him. I know how to make my husband happy. I know how to bring joy to my young teenage daughter's face. But what about myself? I'd given so much as a wife, as a stepmother, as a mother, as a friend, as a leader in the community. But I hadn't taken the time to give to myself. And I drew the proverbial line in the sand and I said, enough is enough. I need to know this answer, and I need it to be for me. Not what society is going to tell me is going to make me happy, not what my mom is going to tell me should be happy in my life, not even what my husband is going to think is going to be happiness for me. No, I needed to define it for myself and have it in my mind and feel it in my heart. And it took some time. I made a decision. I said, okay, I'm going to make this change. I'm going on this quest. And after several months of seeking out what might make me happy, what would make me laugh again, because I couldn't remember how long that had happened, through the laughter and being around people I knew who had an amazing sense of humor, I found joy cracking through my heart. And if you can understand this, it felt like it crawled up next to me and it said, Lee, now that I'm here, what do you want to do with me? And I thought, oh my gosh, when I was young, I planned all this life plans and dreams for myself. But you know what? Even though the big dream was to be a stay-at-home mom, I never thought about what is that next chapter. And here we are on the cusp of my daughter graduating from high school, and I know she'll be moving on to college. What am I going to do with myself? And I started to hear this child's laughter in the back of my mind. And it was my 8-year-old self. My 8-year-old, she came through my subconscious and she was like, hey, remember when we proclaimed the word in front of the congregation of 300 people. That was my first public speaking engagement. And when we walked away after emoting confidence and not having stage fright, and it was just a wonderful experience. And then as we're walking away, we're filled with this exhilaration. Let's go get that feeling. And that little 8-year-old self inside of me sparked the dream of, yes, I want to speak. I love speaking. And oh my goodness, I've been studying personal growth development for 30 years. Like it was mentioned in my introduction, the greats of Tony Robbins, Og Mandino, Zig Ziglar, Bob Proctor, Jack Canfield, Brendan Burchard, so many, Les Brown, so many amazing teachers. And I've learned so much, and I've interpreted some of their messages in my way. And now I have these amazing life stories. And if I integrate my lessons and what I've learned from my academics, could I have a message I could take into the world? And I heard the universe say, yes, you do. And that's what I want to share with you today. Because I got caught up in my depression because I was going through the motions, the day to day to day, where I was reacting to my circumstances and the conveniences that just happened to land in my space. And I wasn't coming up with a plan or intention or a goal for myself even. And some little bits of improvement here and there, but nothing really bigger, that next level of myself or the better and best version of who I could possibly be. So I've learned in my studies that there's a level of who we are capable of being, and then there's where we are now, who we are actually being. And the gap can vary for each and every one of us. And I've learned I really want to close that gap and rise into that next level. I want to upcycle myself and become better than who I originally was. And it's a continuing evolution. So I've learned that if I want to stop reacting to my circumstances and the conveniences that come my way, then I need to get clear. I need to gain clarity, just like I did on what makes me happy. I was so unclear in that moment. But then when I did become clear, I could then move in a direction towards that, making that happen, making that to where I experience it. And then I commit to that process. And guess what? I started to create my best days. I started creating speaking opportunities where I knew where to seek them. So I want to ask you now, and hopefully you can follow along with me. And if you are in a place where you can take notes, I invite you to write down the 2 words, reactor and creator. And here's the fun part. With the reactor, it's about how do we see ourselves. I mentioned that we live by convenience and circumstance, and it's like we see ourselves in the middle of all the things, lying to the left and to the right and the front and the back of us, and we are busy, and it seems like we're putting out fire after fire, the to-do list that never ends, and we have interruptions and distractions, and so we're busy trying to do all the things, and I venture to guess that at the end of the day, you are exhausted. And as you're putting your head down on the pillow, you might be wondering, oh my goodness, I get to do this again tomorrow? Is this really what life is about? Well, can I invite you to take yourself out of all of the things? Put yourself first. See yourself as the most important. Learning to love yourself, filling your cup first, then you align what matters most to you. You get clear on what it is that makes you happy. What is it that you dream about? What goals do you want to accomplish for yourself on your terms? And then you commit to that. And you know what will happen? You will be the creator of your days, of your week, your month, your years, your life. And you step into that best version of yourself. And yes, I do believe you have 3 G's. You have genius. The things that you know, the things that come easy to you. You have gifts. Again, these are abilities that come easy to you that might be challenging for someone else. And you have greatness. It's the elements and the essence of makes you who you are. And those combinations, it's unique to you. So yes, there may be 7 billion people on the planet, but the combinations of those 3 G's, that is unique to you, my friend. And when you can identify, unlock, and unleash those 3 G's, then your calling is to contribute that to the world. And by the world, I mean it could be just for yourself. You are your own world, and that's perfectly okay. And maybe your world is your immediate relationships. It could be with a partner, it could be with a family, the world could be your community. Maybe it's your neighborhood or your local region that you're contributing. Maybe it's the state or the word is falling out of my head, but I know you know what I mean. And then your nation. And if you're someone like me, you feel the calling in your heart to be taking your message out into the world. And so I'm letting you know that you have a choice. You always have the superpower of choice. You can choose to be a reactor, or you can choose to be a creator. And yes, how do you see yourself? And you can use that as a tool when you're having a moment where, oh my goodness, it feels like too much. Take a breath, take a pause, and ask yourself, do I want to be reacting, or do I want to be creating in this moment? What would be the gift where I can make this the best moment possible? And choosing the creator, it doesn't mean that life will be easy or that life will be perfect, but it will be better because you know what matters most to you. And you'll know where you want to say yes and where you want to say no, where you want to stand in your power, in your own 3 G's that make you so amazing and so incredible and a true woman to celebrate today and every day. So I am inviting you to use this tool. Do I want to see myself in the middle of all the things, or do I want to see myself first and then contribute that to the world? So I want you to know that I see you and I celebrate each and every one of you. Go out, be more, do more, be a creator, and empower your possibilities.
Wow, that was fabulous. I see you. I celebrate you, Lee Smith. My goodness, I loved that. And I loved your 3 G's, the genius and the gifts and the greatness. And I actually, because your mentors are of my generation, and I hear these beautiful men in your life that you have really learned from, and you've incorporated it into your life, then created your own beautiful genius gifts and expanded your greatness. Thank you so much. You are beautiful inside and out. We really appreciate all the effort that you've taken to become the expert that you are, Lee.
Thank you, Paula. And if I could just add a quick comment, I just saw a note from my daughter. My daughter is watching right now. She's 19 years old. And, just knowing that I am the role model for her and that I get to celebrate this amazing International Women's Day with her. Thank you.
I love that you named her Guinevere. That's my mother's name.
Oh,
yeah. So sweet. I love the way you spelled it. Thank you. Wasn't that marvelous, Martina?
Yes.
Marina.
Yes, it was wonderful. I'm going to add another G. Now we are grateful for your presentation. You did awesome.
Very, very good. Very, very. You know,
Yes.
Natalie, truth is truth. And the principles that Leah's sharing are said in different ways by different masters through the ages. I even heard some of Norman Vincent Peale. Very few people remember Norman Vincent Peale was one of the very first ones, and Dale Carnegie with How to Win Friends and Influence People. And then it moved on to the Proctor, our darling. What's his first name?
Bob.
Bob. Yes. And that reminds me, the word that she was looking for was province. Speaking of Proctor, and I thought province. That's how our minds work. But it's so wonderful that we have the joy of being the recipients of so many geniuses through the years, and then we take in what they've taught us and what we've read and what we've researched and what we've heard, and then make it our own and put our beautiful flavors and unique ideas and principles of truth adding to theirs. And then we're saying so many of the same things, but in different ways, and ways that touch hearts in different ways. Mm-hmm. Because one woman might respond to the word genius, and she might say, that's what I want to I am a genius in this, and I want to explore that. Or, it's marvelous, because as we hear each one of these speakers, I think you're like me, that we are getting different ideas of how do we apply this to our lives, and how do we apply this as global mentors for others so that they can receive it.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what is interesting is my brain, and I know your brain works like that too, also goes into collaboration.
Yes.
It goes into where else can I mention this expert? Where else can I mention that? Is there a way to do something together? Because you are so right. We're not really reinventing the wheel. None of us really are. However, well, that is because there are some, unique principles, universal principles that we're talking about. It always goes back to the self.
Yeah.
And at the same time that we're not reinventing, we're all interpreting it differently. We're presenting it differently because of our experiences. Yeah. And then, Paula may resonate with me, or Marina may resonate with Paula. That is how we help each other. And that's why it's the collaboration is so important. It's not about competition. It's about, okay, who else can we reach together? If they don't resonate with me, then maybe with Lee, maybe with Denise, who else can I bring to the table? And that's where my brain always goes when I hear these amazing ladies, like, okay, where else do I see an opportunity?
Yes. And, we've talked about a lot of the male masters, but I want to invite these, the women who are watching and the women who are show hosts to think, I want to be the one that someone quotes. And I want to suggest that, I quote a lot of people, but one day I sat down and I thought, I want people to quote me sometime. And so I sat and I wrote 150 quotes. And then you put your own quotes up on Facebook instead of always, we love Eleanor Roosevelt, love her. One of my favorite heroes that lived. Then sometimes we, go ahead and put your own quotes up. I remember the first time that I had Lisa Nichols. She's a dear friend of mine, and she was on one of my stages, one of my Global Women's Summits many, many years ago, probably 14 years ago. And I said, Lisa, you're the best speaker I've ever heard in my life. I need to help you get out there so that other people will see. And she would be on stage and people would just like several standing ovations. And she'd say, do you agree with me? Yes, yes, say it. And everybody's yes, yes. And pretty soon, it was like electric. And I thought, Lisa Nichols is going to be known. If you haven't heard of Lisa Nichols, you've got to just Google her and watch her. Some of these presenters just take your breath away, and I just love to have more women quoted, more women who are the mentors, the women who are our show hosts, our shining show hosts and queens, saying, you know what, I'm going to stand on those stages. People are going to be quoting me. I'm going to be the one that is taking these beautiful principles of truth and saying them in a way that people will remember the 3 Gs because of Lee Smith, for example. And, have that be part of the legacy that we bring to the world is more women experts who are then confident and queenly in their standing up for and sharing their messages throughout the world. Absolutely.
And this reminded me of a conversation that you and I had also with Forbes Riley, because she's saying the same thing. And it is so true. We have so many amazing,
Women.
gifted, expert speakers who are women.
Yes.
And still, they're not always up there with everybody. It's still, I believe, it's still male dominated at this point, even though we're having more and more coming up. And male dominated does not necessarily mean bad. I want to point that out too, because obviously we all learn from them as well.
Of course. But one of the things we're doing is creating events and inviting the women to speak. And then the women to be out there. That's one of the things my dreams is, one of my dreams is to have so many hundreds of events, and who are going to be on the stages are women, the Lee Smiths, who are going to be standing, and people are going to be taking notes and changing their lives and teaching others. I bet, and I'm hoping that the little girls that are born right now, the little tiny girls, as they're growing up, they're not always going to be quoting all the men. They're going to be quoting the women. And, first time I heard Marianne, my sweet friend, Marianne Williamson, and I was just blown away. She's spoken at 6 of my events. And I love the way she speaks. She speaks in righteous indignation. And she just says, and she just stands there in power, never using a note, never using anything. And she's just speaking from her heart. She's so intelligent. And it empowers me and empowers me to give other women, like the women who are with us today, the opportunity to rise in their greatness and share with the world confidently their messages.
Yes.
Well, I can say that all of us are so grateful for the space that you are creating for the women.
Thank you. Thank you.
We're
thriving together. We're thriving together.
Well, and that's, it wouldn't be possible if there were not more women like you, Marina, like Lee, like Denise, like Sherry.
Thank you.
Feeling that yes, we can. And yes, hand up, hand together, however you want to put it, but doing it together and supporting one another. And then, of course, believing in oneself. Yeah,
absolutely. Thank you, Natalie.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I want to, just because we're talking about being together, I just love this image that, of course, we have for International Women's Day.
Yes.
You see them walking together, linking hands, and they all look a little bit different, but that's really what it's about.
Yeah, and they're not afraid to do this. They're not afraid to just hug and just hold and just, be there for each other. And that's part of the beauty of who women are. It's just in our DNA to nurture each other and to love each other and to be kind to each other. And so we need to be on the forefront of the ones who are exemplifying collaboration instead of competition.
Mm-hmm.
And we are.
Oh, yes, we are, for sure. All right. I think we're ready for our next expert. I know she's got a lot to say as well. Paula, will you introduce
Pamela Sylvan? Are you talking about the Mojo Maker?
Ooh, I'm going to leave that to you.
I'm excited about telling you about our darling Pamela Sylvan. She's the Mojo Maker. As a professional branding strategist, certified executive coach, and mindset energy mentor, she has influenced thousands of aspiring women worldwide. With over 29 years impacting clients and students, either as a public relations professor or on stage as a highly engaging speaker and storyteller, our sweet Pamela Sylvan understands the clarity and gravitas that are required to successfully build and grow a business and creatively enhance a thoroughly meaningful life. She's a mom, entrepreneur, author, TV show host, dog lover, fitness enthusiast, an energy maven, and a prolific reader who loves to travel and seek out new and interesting perspectives. She sees beauty in people and in situations and is dedicated to imparting the wisdom of her ancestral lineage. So I love this. Pamela is the go-to person to spiral up your energy. You like that? For empowered living to the fullest. Her well-defined proprietary sessions and highly sought-after skill sets will undoubtedly break the ties that bind and shift out old paradigms that continually keep you small and stuck. Pamela, take it away, darling.
Happy International Women's Day from Victoria, British Columbia, Canada. And my heart goes out to wherever you happen to find yourself on this great planet today. Isn't it just glorious the way that we have come together, arm in arm, hand in hand, greeting each other in the way that we are? I'm thrilled to be here representing Win-Win Women. This is my first ever appearance on the global stage with all of you wonderful women, and I'm just so looking forward to meeting as many as you as humanly possible. I want to bring a very important message to you today. In the world that we currently find ourselves, we need to start spiraling up our energy. I use that term a lot, spiraling up, in my teachings and my work, because I find it very important, because we have something special here, something integral here that we sometimes forget about as we go about our everyday business, whether it's the business of taking care of our homes and our children and our families, or whether it's the business of work and career building, or the business of self-care. We forget about that inner piece of us where the energy and the power resides. And today I want to talk a little bit about the power of grit. And I have a definition of grit. I know there are a lot of definitions of grit out there, but my definition is just sticking with it until some sort of applicable or happy outcome is found, and it may take a while to get to it. A lot of people believe that they can't do what they want to do in life because they have no talent. And yes, talent is a very important thing if you're a basketball player or you're trying to get to Carnegie Hall as a violinist or a piano player or something of that degree. But for the most part, everybody can find some basic talent that they can put and build towards a skill that they can then turn into something bigger and better for themselves. But it takes perseverance, it takes tenacity, it takes stick-to-itness. Is that a word? Stick-to-itness, which means don't give up when it gets hard. Yes, we live in a world and a planet where it's so easy to be distracted by the next shiny thing. Social media grabs our attention, the streaming channels grab our attention, friends, family, so many things grab our attention, and there's only so many hours in a day, but we all have the same 24. Why do some people get to where they're going and others just sort of fall off by the wayside? It's that focus, and it takes grit to stay focused on your goal. You know, there are a couple of things to think about as you're moving towards something. And, you know, ladies, it all depends on where you are in the world and the tribes that you're born into. In my particular tribe, it was about going to school and becoming educated and being the people that our parents wanted us to be, mostly in part. I mean, we are human beings and we're going to go off and do what we wish to do with ourselves, and so it should be. But at the same time, we all were born into different parts of the world with different resources at our disposal. But to me, it matters not. We all have the ability. We're all given that ability. Life gives us that ability to build on one step in front of the other, one step towards where you want to go, whatever that happens to be. And it's different for each of us in our own way. We all don't have to shoot for the moon. I think there is this fallacy that we all have to go after huge and big things. Not so. Maybe the thing that you need to do is to start a reading program in your community for children that can't get to school on a regular basis. Maybe it's to build a 3-room schoolhouse so more women and girls can be educated. It could be starting a multi-million or billion-dollar foundation for more women and girls to be educated in the technical sciences. It can be as far as we wish it to go, or as tiny and heartfelt, but still impactful as it needs to be. We all don't have to shoot for the moon. Find purpose. Find something that fascinates you. Find something that you can't wait to get up in the morning and put your energy and your love towards. This is where the grit and the tenacity and the perseverance is born after the motivation falls away, because it will. After those shiny few moments die away in the first few weeks or months, what do you have left? All you have is that big why, that big purpose and meaning as to why you want to get this done. Maybe your goal is going to take you 5, 10, 15, 20, or the rest of your life to complete. You may not be around to see it happen. Somebody else might have to take it across the finish line, but you started it because you had that vision, you had that dream, you had that passion. And this is what grit is. Grit is coming from that place that says, I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know when it's going to happen. I don't know even if I'm going to get across the finish line, but it matters not. It's the passion that resides in you. It's that energy. I call it mojo. That mojo energy that allows you to keep moving forward when things seem like they're falling apart, or when your friends disappear, or the funds are short, or you have no way of moving forward. You can't see the way forward. This is what grit is. It's like when honey lands on your skin and it's very difficult to come off because of the substance. To me, this is what grit is. It's that sweet, sort of dewy feeling that takes a long time to move away once it sticks to you. So think of grit as warm, golden honey that gets poured on you. And it's difficult to come off when everybody else has given up. You are still going for it. Because, ladies, I know what it's like. I know what it's like. I've gone through a breakdown of a primary relationship. I've moved across the country alone. When I got to this part of the country, I didn't even have a place to stay. All I had was 2 suitcases and a laptop. I didn't have a cup to drink in or a bed to sleep on or anything. And I was 50. And at that point in most women's life, they have it all figured out, or at least a lot of them do. And here I was, just taking a huge risk. But there was a journey and a call on my heart that I had to answer. And I needed to do what I needed to do to start my life over, even at that age. Like I said, a lot of women are just sort of getting comfortable with grandchildren or children that are just going out into the world and starting their life, and they're the support system. I left my daughter in university and I moved on with it because I had a vision for myself to continue to grow. I didn't know what it was going to look like, to be honest with you. When I got here, I sat down with pen and paper and I started drawing out my roadmap. And that roadmap continues to propel me forward each and every day. And it's brought me here in front of you at whatever part I happen to engage you here today on International Women's Day. And that's the beauty of dreaming, and dreaming with purpose, meaning, and perseverance and grit. And so on this day of International Women's Day, I wish that for you. And how do you start? Here's this woman standing in front of you all the way out in Victoria, British Columbia. What does she know about grit, you might say? And I just told you one of my stories, but I totally understand it. You know, we women, we have come so far. When you look around the globe, women are achieving in so many different ways, in so many different professions that even 50, 25 years ago, it would have been unheard of. Women are making strides in the sciences, in mathematics, in technology, in so many different ways. It's mind-blowing. It takes your breath away if you think about it. And we here at Win Win Women are dedicated and committed to keep that kind of achievement and ball rolling. And for me, that's the whole gritty part of what we're doing. It's not going to be easy, but anything worthwhile never really is. So whatever you have in your heart today, starting today, recommit to a purpose for your life. Find something, like I said earlier, that fascinates you. Write it down. It might be one thing. It doesn't have to be as big as getting to the moon. It could be something small. You might just want to write your first book, your first guide, your first catalog, your first children's book, your first cookbook, your first style book, your first journal. You don't know what it is, but sit down with pen and paper, and in your secret moments, it's nothing that you have to show anybody. Start committing it to paper. Commit it to your heart. Commit it to yourself. You don't have to show anybody. This is why you're here. Answer the call that's on your heart. Many are called, and very few ever choose to go on the journey. You've heard that before. You might have seen it in films. They call it the great journey. I answered my call, and there are many days I questioned my sanity as to why I would have left a beautiful home and friends and family. I did it because it was important. It was a call to come here. It was a call to meet up with the people that I met up with. It was a call to do the work that I do. It was a call to write. It was a call to lead. It was a call to mentor. And I have not regretted one moment. Not all the moments were easy, and not all the moments will be easy as you set out on your great journey to move through the dreams that you have that's buried deep in your heart. Or maybe you had a dream once before you were married and had children, and it was put aside to take care of those things. Why not try excavating those places that you might have left behind not too long ago? Excavate the dream, excavate the thoughts that you had that got you excited, that made your heart sing when you thought about it. Commit it to paper. Again, you don't have to show it to anybody. Commit it in a way that you might take one step, 2 steps. Ask a question, Google and research how this dream of yours, this vision of yours can possibly unfold. Not until you actually make that first step forward will life deem it necessary to come and help you along the way. A lot of people won't make the decision to move until they can see all the way down the road. That's not how it works. You have to find the faith within yourself to take that first leap of faith. That's why they call it a leap of faith, because you are moving in a direction that you want to go without having all the answers. The answers will come when you make your first move, and then you make the next move and another answer arrives. So it's like leapfrog. You step, life jumps into the next position, you jump into the next forward position, and so on, all the way down the road. Now, as you well know, not everybody gets the thing that they want, but here is the caveat that most people miss on that journey. It's not about receiving the prize or the dream or the vision. It's who you become along the way. I may not ever reach to the highest heights that I envisioned for myself, but I am not the same person that arrived here years ago with my 2 bags of clothes and that laptop. I am diametrically different, and I think that's the whole purpose of moving towards a goal. It's building up the person you need to be to morph into the dream. So find the thing that you want to do, achieve, or receive, and move towards it. And life has a way of shaping you so you become that person that is that. Do you want to become a lawyer, a doctor, a business owner, a teacher, a coach, a mentor? What is it that you want? You have it within you. Find the grit, find the perseverance. Talent is one thing. I give that 1 score, but it's effort, continuous effort to move along the way. It's like learning to play piano. That's how I learned to play piano. I always remember my music teacher telling me that I need to continually practice the basics. I wanted to race off and play the classics. And even though I eventually got there through her tutelage, she always brought me back to the basics. So we have to remember to come back to the basics and we work on ourselves every day. We affirm ourselves every day. We love ourselves up every day. It's not about finding people to validate us. That's great if that happens. Validate yourself. Okay? It's a gritty proposition to go after your goals in life, but you have what it takes. You're here. You're a woman. It's International Women's Day. Let's get together and get this done. Let's believe in ourselves, because this is what all of this is truly all about. So on this day, I congratulate you for being here. I congratulate you for making a decision to be that person that said yes to the vision and yes to grit. Thank you, and continue to have a wonderful experience here with us on International Women's Day. Bye-bye.
Wonderful. Wasn't that wonderful?
Yes,
Pamela
she's
Silver.
wonderful.
Have you ever thought of grit as honey being
No.
stuck? And now every time if a piece of honey, I'll think about Pamela Sylvan, the mojo maker. That was wonderful. I love
Yes, I agree. I like how she's connected with Lee, because when you ask to yourself what makes you happy, answers may come. And it's important that we trust the answer, we trust our intuition, and we act on the response that we get. And as she said, we need to put effort and our heart, and don't give up, and keep doing it.
Absolutely. I loved it. I loved every minute of it. And she lives in a beautiful spot, British Columbia, Canada. For those who have not been there, and of course there are so many around the world, but this is someplace you might want to go at some point in your life. It's just drop dead gorgeous where she lives. She is a magnificent example of what she teaches. Haven't you noticed that when you hear about people's story, then you understand why they feel so strongly about their message and from whence their message came? Because her story, she needed a lot of grit, and she learned about that, and then now she teaches it. And isn't that similar to so many stories? And you understand why they speak about what they do, because that's their life lesson that they learned. Yeah,
Absolutely. It is walk the talk,
yeah,
and not just talk, but it is been there, done that. And some of us, we might only be a few steps ahead of others. That's okay. We don't have to be a mile, 2, 3 miles ahead, but we have gone or are going through challenges as well. And that's what we can then teach. How did I overcome it? How did you do it? And we put it all together. And I think that's what the community is all about. Yes, it's amazing to hear and to see Pamela and the way that she was smiling. She was glowing.
she was. I loved that. And that's one of the reasons, Natalie, that I encourage women to really research about their sisters worldwide and then go into the world, experience what they experience, so that then you can better understand. It's not always just I shouldn't say the word just, it's not your experience alone, but it is also when you experience what other women experience throughout the world, then you can come from that place of true understanding, just like you come from true understanding from your own experiences. You can live kind of vicariously through these other women and come from a place of knowing rather than just reading on a page. So that's part of what we're doing, is giving women worldwide the opportunity to interact with each other and all over the world.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's what makes it so special. I mean, that's what makes it special to me. Just like earlier this morning, we had a group from Spain trying to join us. Then, that didn't work out, but it's okay. We've got Sweden, we've got the UK, we've got British Columbia, we've
Yes.
got Mexico, sort of Mexico in the house. I know you still have
New
family there, even
Zealand.
though you've been here. But
Yeah.
it's just, we have women from all across the globe. And I see in the comments, we've got ladies from Australia, we've got them from India. It is just so empowering to see how
Yes.
we can all come together.
And we can. Wonderful.
Yes.
Thank you.
And I'm going to leave it up to you, Paula, to introduce our next special guest.
Yes.
So,
Naama
Alina and I, we will
Pozniak.
leave you.
Yes, Naama Pozniak. She's magnificent. She's been the pause holding Inc. It's not an LLC, it's an incorporated. She's the CEO. She's a creative, and this is something that we haven't had yet, health insurance advisor who has served in the health industry for over 30 years. And when I read her bio, I was so surprised because she looks about 25 years old. And I'm like, how is this possible? And so many of you look so young. Aside from insurance, then Naama is a mother, yogi, speaker, market disruptor, you like that, and a primordial sound meditation instructor. From a very early age, Naama has practiced yoga and meditation. Naama's message and background has taken her to a very successful career. She's been very successful in the benefits industry. You know what that is? Well, I'm sure we're going to learn, where she's been awarded and recognized as the most influential woman in benefit advising in 19, it takes me back, 2016 and 2017. She was recognized nationally as the top of the table producer and holds the prestigious lifetime award, the Soaring Eagle Award. I'd like to learn more about that. Naama teaches women and men how to start the journey of yoga and meditation, a practice that she holds dear to her heart. She is well known for passionately speaking her love through this simple method of wisdom and healing. Naama, it is our joy to have you now join us and share your message, beautiful one.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Paula. I really adore you. You know how much I love you and every organization that you are involved in. And especially today on this International Women's Day, that it's just amazing for me to think that we can come together virtually, all of us, and connect to each other in such a different way, but yet beautiful way. So, yeah, I mean, this is really special for me, and I am really grateful for this opportunity.
Oh, we're so glad you're here. So glad you're here. Take it away, darling.
Yeah, so women, we are so amazing. When we are on our own, it's one thing. Then when we come together, when we join in spirit, when we influence each other, when we learn until the day we die, basically, it's a journey that we take together. When we accept with love that it is not easy, correct? We are stressed. There are so many positions and you know, almost like we need to wear so many hats in our life. So some of us are mothers, some of us are CEO leading companies, some of us working for a big company, some of us really, I mean, just struggling with the mental situation. I just came home from Washington on our yearly conference that we have in the insurance benefits industry. And the conversation was all about, first of all, of course, Ukraine. And I also want to take a moment because, you know, I mean, I would love to help and assist and connect with all the women that's suffering in the world. And I think that this part of the world is now such a unfortunate situation, and probably for a lot of women that are trying to protect their families. So I really hope that this will, this day, we can also share some love to these women and connect with them to the heart. So this was a conversation. The mental health, you know, pre-COVID, we were suffering, we were stressed out already, but these 2 years moved us into so much pain, so much stress, added so much on what we already had as women. And then, of course, you know, the technology that we now have, and the conversation was all about around that, the telemedicine, anything that we can do to improve healthcare and well-being. For me, all this time, the last 2 years, but it's been years, is how are we enhancing, how are we improving our own health, especially as women, because we had different needs, different access that we need to have for healthcare, and we just have to have the tools to come together and enhance and empower and create a beautiful journey that will balance the feminine and the masculine energy. When I see posts even today, earlier today on social media and everywhere that, oh, we need to make sure we are equal rights and doing this and doing better, and how are we better and how we can win. I think that the idea of us coming together should be coming from the heart, leading with love. That's what we know how to do best. Bring the love conversation into the table. Bring the symbolic way of moving health from one end to another and finding solution. So for me, it's been years that I have been, as Paula mentioned, a yogi and leading meditations and seeing how we can improve health and well-being by connecting to ourselves, connecting mind, body, spirit, connecting to our heart, coming together in virtually even, so we have women now from India, we have women from Europe, we have women from all over the world that come together in this moment. And the idea is to bring the best out of us, the best of us that we can share with the masculine energy, to find a way, to find the road, the roadmap for healing. And it goes back to generation and generation. So today on International Women's Day, I would like to lead us, to take a break and lead us on a few minutes with meditation. Today is also Tuesday. Tuesday is the day of karma by the 7th spiritual law of success. So success is not just revenues. Success is not just, oh, I am very successful. I am this and this, that's the position, that's what I hold, this is what is my opinion. Health and well-being and success is really, really being happy within ourselves, finding the best way to connect to our hearts, and even if we are not physically together, and I really hope we can do one day, of course, very soon, but I think that learning and coming together in silence and stillness help us connect on such a different levels. And this is a practice that will allow us to really let go. And when we are super stressed, when we are having too much, when we feel the anxiety is climbing and we cannot breathe and we cannot think straight, we always going to have these few minutes that we can prepare ourselves to the worst. So I would like to invite you to really, really, really sit comfortable. And again, I'm sure that you enjoying yourself so much every day, but if you meditate in the past, just join us in this few minutes. And if you never meditate before, just let be. Just let's relax. Let's relax our body. Relax our feet, our knees, our hips, the throat, the head, shoulders. Just let's feel relaxed. And let's close our eyes. You can leave your eyes open or soft, but the eyes are the mirror of the soul. And it's really helping us go within and look within ourselves. And on this International Women's Day, that it's such an auspicious day for us, coming together virtually, let's just take 3 breaths together, 3 meaningful breaths. So let's inhale for the mind and exhale for the mind. And another inhale and exhale for the body. And then another inhale and exhale for the soul. And just feel relaxed. Close your eyes. Feel comfortable. Relax. Be aware of your breath. Continue breathing intentionally. And let's connect in our hearts. Let's connect and feel the love. Feel the moment that we are not physically together, but we are here and now in spirit. And continue breathing. Inhale and exhale. And let's repeat again. If you have a mantra, mantras are the instrument of the mind. If you have a mantra, introduce your mantra to yourself mentally. But if you don't, let's just be on this auspicious day, say to ourselves mentally, repeating Soham, Soham, Soham. Just for a couple of minutes, just breathe. Make sure you inhale and exhale. And just allow yourself to relax. If you have a thought comes in, just go back to saying Soham, Soham, Soham. And I will mind the time. Don't worry about the time. I will keep the time. And just allow the mantra to fade. This practice is always available, and we can breathe together in spirit to remember the power of being together at any time on a spiritual level on a connection that we have as women, as very powerful energy that share the support, the engagement, the influence that we have on one another. And again, Tuesday is a day of karma, and our past action create memories that lead us for our desires. And especially as women, we have the power to move the energy, the effective results, the blessing that this world can share with us all. Thank you so much, and continue having an amazing day. Can open your eyes. And it was really special for me to be with you all in spirit today on this very, very special day. Thank you, Paula. Thank you, Win-Win. Thank you.
Oh, goodness. That was so special.
Mhm.
It was so different than any of the other presentations. Ne'ama, you have such a sweet spirit about you. And I love what you said, that we can be together. We can connect energetically anytime we want.
Yeah.
You know, I haven't thought about that. And I love it. Thank you for introducing that thought to me personally, and probably others have had it too, but I haven't. And so I want to thank you for that, because it's a reminder to me that we are all connected, which of course I know we are, but it gives even greater meaning. What we say is we care, we connect, we collaborate, but that connection, it's even deeper now, thanks to you, Ne'ama, because you introduced to all of us this additional way that we can be binded together and connect and really share our love for each other, especially during the hard times. So thank you for that. That was a gift today. I think I speak on behalf of everyone.
Thank you.
Absolutely. And Nama, if I may also ask you a question, because
Sure.
I'm sure you say, Tuesdays is the day for karma. Would you mind explaining that just for a moment?
Oh, yes, I will. Yeah, of course. So, you know how our actions, we have actions and we have rules and regulation, that we human being we are following on. Karma is the unspoken energy of rules and regulation. It's the behind the scene energetically, and especially women, we bring so much energy into the room. I mean, we can change and move mountains, actually. So in the Seven Spiritual Law of Success, it's a book written by Deepak Chopra, but these rules and regulation are been written in the Hinduism in the Bhagavad Gita. So it's just a very traditional Hindus celebration of the day, moving through the days. So Tuesday is when we practice, and if we can practice it, in our conscious mind, we can practice that, changing our past actions, moving from our past action into creating new memories. Like it can be like a cup of coffee that we drink all day long, and then we stop drinking it and tweaking it a little bit to like some teas, some, sparkling water, or some, things, even little things, and then we are creating different memories, different to move into our desires to love, desire to connect, desires to show up better every day. And for me personally, I can share with you, it's a lifetime journey. I show up every day. I learn from anyone. I don't care how many years I'm in business or how many years I'm a mother, or I learn from everyone. So yeah, it's this. This is what it is. Yeah.
Thank you.
I love that. And one of the pioneers, Ne'ama, of this realization that you can change memories and actual things It was done by Maxwell Maltz in his book Psycho-Cybernetics, and you may have heard of it, but I'd like to invite you to consider getting that, because it's right in harmony and with what you're saying, and it's all based on research and huge studies that prove really that you can shift things that actually happened in the past by doing different things. And so Psycho-Cybernetics by Dr. Maxwell Maltz.
Yes, thank you. I will, for sure. Yeah. Yeah.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, Nana.
Thank you for coming, honey. We love you.
Thank you. I love you guys too. Enjoy your day. I'm going to the audience now to listen.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
I want to thank her. The time of peace that we can have. It was just a few minutes, but makes a difference in our spirit and in our body. Especially in the time we are living now, we need time to get quiet and get that peace of the silence.
Yes.
I
I almost fell asleep, though, I must admit.
But you know, that's okay too, because even when we fall asleep during a meditation, our bodies are still getting everything they need, because we're still fully energetically connected. So that's perfectly fine. But I'm glad you didn't, because otherwise Marina and I would be sitting here right now.
Oh my goodness, that was wonderful. What a refreshing experience that was.
Yes, absolutely. And after that refreshing, you know, I admit every now and then I do get up and I exercise a little, because, you know, we've been here.
Yes.
But after that refreshing for the body, mind, and soul minute, we do have our next expert actually in the green room, ready to go. And I can already tell you she's looking marvelous. But that's what I'm going to leave it at, because I think, Marina, are you okay introducing our next expert?
I would love to. Thank you. I want to introduce you to Monica Jackson. Monica is the CEO of Royalty Mission Network and founder of Royalty Ministries. She's a mother of 5, seen as an advocate, a speaker, mentor, trainer, teacher, coach, and soon to be an author. How excited, Monica. Ms. Jackson has almost 2 decades of proven leadership in transformational and professional development, building high-performance teams, and organizational management consulting. Speaking before major corporations, companies, and state public forums, she is known as a trailblazer, winning multiple awards for her expertise and passion. She is highly sought after for her ability to engage audiences, helping them to craft vision and moving them to take action. Royalty Mission Network invests in empowering and in inspiring individuals to aspire toward their purpose, assisting professionals by providing a network of resources, frameworks, and step-by-step coaching to help them increase their value, add, and pursue professional purpose. The network aids individuals and families with keys, systems, and tools that empower and equip them to discover and uncover their true identity so that they will aim high to pursue purpose, experience well-being, and have peace. Monica prides herself on maintaining a goal to transform lives, bring healing to communities, and creating safe spaces for individuals to continue their journey toward wholeness. She is able to accomplish these great things through her dynamic programs, which have been defined as transformative systems that will propel you to reach your greatest sense of well-being for sustained success in your personal or professional life. Her show, Aspire to Higher, airs every Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time on Win-Win Women TV. Welcome, Monica. We want to hear from your heart.
Hello, Mariana, and thank you for the opportunity to join you guys. And happy 111th International Women's Day to everyone out there. I am really so excited to be here with all of you beautiful ladies and gentlemen who are tuning in as we celebrate this wonderful day and this monumental occasion here with Win Win Women and all of our sponsors. Together, we thrive is our acknowledgement for all the ways that we as women really see the world, really exist in the world and understand the world as we strive to progress and achieve our individual greatness for the greater impact and betterment of our homes, communities, and most importantly, all across the globe. Today, I really want us to journey together as we appreciate all things that come with being woman. It cannot be faked, it cannot be imitated, and it cannot be forced. What I know to be true is that it takes grit, gut, power, strength, resilience, selflessness, and a love that goes beyond just a physical feeling or action. It truly takes a knowing that we are more than the world's standards and views of who we are. It really sincerely takes a conscious and intentional act of being love, light, servant, and what I say, royalty, or whatever it is that is not found in the things that can be seen in the material, but is felt in the presence, the witness, or the encounter of such a mighty woman. I want you to join me today. I kind of want you guys to all step in my shoes just for a moment. And every time I say the word I or make an acknowledgement of I want you to put your name there. I want you to say your own I. I want you to feel and see it as yourself. It's because it takes so much to be a woman in today's world, just to show up. Some of us have to really just close our eyes to life just so that we can get through the days as they pass by. If any of you are like me and have ever experienced an insurmountable amount of trauma in your life, there are days whereby you just have to be able to just say, next breath. I can't make it until I'm able to take that next breath, right? So that I could get to the next moment, to even be able to think about the next hour as we just try to survive the day. Yet today, me and all of my baggage that I carry, and all of the things that I am responsible for on a daily basis, me with all of my quirkiness and what some may say my non-compliance with some rules that are meant to keep things in order, my unconforming ways and my stubbornness that comes out tremendously when I'm tired, me and all of my issues, me and all of the stories that I possess about my experiences on my life journey. Today, March 8th, 2022, I get to take a moment and love on me. I get to love me as a woman. I get to love me to my next space. I get to love me to my next position. I get to love me into a whole new way of being. Today, I openly get to acknowledge, honor, praise, and edify who I am as woman. I am woman, holy, imperfect, and perfect at the same time, beautiful in all of my transgressions, full of joy and strength. Even when I am down and hurting, I have the capacity and the ability to nurture life to dead spaces and be a generator of hope when and where there is none. I am woman, outstanding individual who can transform in any situation I encounter, having the grace and poise necessary to overcome evil with my glorious light. Knowing that I have been fearfully and wonderfully made for such a time as this, where the world gets the opportunity to see me in all of my greatness, even when I may feel weak. Holder of abundant blessings, just because I am unique to the world. I have the ability to give in ways that no other person can. My impact is what allows life to sustain itself here on earth. I am a woman, marvelous in all of my ways, motivator of mankind, lover of people, created to be great wonder to the world, for the world, in the world. A mythological creature that some dream of in my power and my might, because I have overcome spaces of hatred, hurt, pain, and harm that only desired to see me fold to my own demise. Oh, but I am woman, ambitious goal-getter, always striving to reach every goal through hard work, dedication, and perseverance. I never give up, even when my mind wants to and my body says enough. I never do, because I am determined to succeed and push forward until I prevail, because I know that I do not live for my own, but I live for another. My ambition understands that someone else needs me to be an advocate, a warrior, an executor. So I, in my divineness, reach inside of me to the depths no one has seen, not even myself, to show up and perform. That is why I am woman, noble in my commitment to who I am and what I represent here on earth, nothing less than royalty. I am queen, a safe space for others to come and give the worst part of themselves so that I can honor them in their ugliness, to see their beauty. Yes, I am woman. I am a woman who doesn't stand alone. I stand with women. Together we thrive. And for such a glorious occasion as a women, today on this 111th International Women's Day, I want to shine the light on us. I celebrate us as we continue to fight the good fight of faith, bringing hope to the world through our God-given talents, not ashamed. We are more than conquerors. We are more than our hair, our bodies, our color, our perceptions, and even our experiences. We are women. We are excellence. We are respect and are to be respected. We are confidence and strength. Today, remember your strength in being woman. We have challenges in our lives. Yes, we all do. But we have the ability to overcome them as long as we all do our individual parts in supporting, aiding, and being what I consider a servant leader. Understanding that we are not women alone, but women together. Trying to do the best we can in the road ahead as we journey through this life together. We are women. And as a woman, I want you to know that I believe in you and your ability, not just to aim high, but to reach the highest of your heights, fulfilling your greatest potential, living the balanced life you desire, experiencing healthy well-being, so that you can not just sustain peace, but protect your peace in ways you never thought you could. You are woman. Let's continue to journey together, beyond surviving, beyond thriving, but striving to see each other live in abundant wholeness. We are women. My name is Monica Jackson, and I thank you for your time today. If you'd like to connect with me, you could visit me on the web at royaltynetwork.net or search for us on all of the social media platforms under Royalty Mission Network. You can connect with me, as stated earlier, on the Women TV show and all of the streaming platforms associated with it every Thursday at 6 p.m. Eastern or 3 p.m. Pacific time, on the Aspire to Higher show, where we take a communal journey of moving beyond the possibilities to sustain success, seeing the impact that we desire, and creating a lifestyle of peace. Or you can tune in every Wednesday at 5 p.m. Eastern in the Throne Room podcast, which is the place that we have created for you to be able to purge from your issues, bring all of your stuff, your baggage, heal from your wounds, and find rest so that you can transform into that which you have been called and created to become. And for me, I say, that is royalty. Thank you for having me, and it has been a pleasure. I hope that you have been enjoying your time here on the International Women's Day Conference. Thank you.
Thank you.
Monica, I am almost speechless, and that does not happen very often. You are so impressive. Honey. There's a delay. I'm not sure why. Are you hearing?
I think there's a little bit of feedback with Monica, so that's why I just muted you, Monica. I apologize. I'll get you right back up.
Okay, so I just need to know, Monica, honey, if we can take what you just wrote, that I am woman, and put it on the Win-Win Women website. I would so love to have that.
Absolutely.
Did you write that? You are gifted.
Thank you.
Natalie, that blew me away. I was just speechless. Amazing.
No, it was beautiful, and it is one of those things where, thank you, Monica, because it helps us to embrace who we are and not to wonder, what if I wasn't a woman? Maybe I should be. No, it is really saying I am a woman, and there's a strength and a power behind it. So thank you so much for that.
Yes.
I have to ask you, honey, what is I can't read. Behind you, there's a quote up on the wall in the pink. And it's, what does that say?
Be the girl who decided to go for it.
Love it. That's wonderful. Thank you so much. I can't thank you enough. I'm so impressed with you and with your message. We will put that up on the website. Thank you so much. Bye-bye, honey.
I felt so bad that I had to mute her, but there was feedback. But that was so beautiful, it was so powerful.
So powerful. Wow.
What a beautiful tribute to women. She reminds us that we are a divine creation. That was amazing.
We are.
Yes. Yes.
Absolutely.
Well, and it's interesting because, it's royalty networks. And I recall Dame Marie Diamond earlier saying, sit yourself up like a queen. It's like, yeah, it is really, the idea of being a queen. And I know that especially in the African American community, queen is used quite a bit, and it's really meant to uplift others. And I think that's so beautiful about it. It is that we all have that power, that strength, that energy to lead ourselves and others.
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. I am woman.
Exactly.
I'm going to look more into that beautiful network and see how we can collaborate even on a deeper level. Very wonderful.
Absolutely. Yes. Yes.
Are we ready for our panel?
Almost. We have
right.
a couple of things before the panel.
Okay, let's do it.
And I am actually waiting for one of our local events to come in, and I know we're a little ahead, so I do want to take the time to just briefly remind everybody one more time of our amazing partners and sponsors. So earlier we heard, of course, from Karima Bryant from Kyndryl, and Bobby was also in the audience cheering us on, which was so beautiful. And Kyndryl, of course, is this amazing company that reached out to us and wants to collaborate. We can't wait to do more with them. And they're on this mission, the way I understand it, to really uplift everybody.
Yes, and have inclusiveness and diversity in corporations worldwide.
Absolutely. And then, Monica did mention win-win women.
Yes.
So,
Win-win women. So and you might wonder, and our wonderful logo, the yin and the yang, and we like to say that women who improve their lives, that's a win. And experts who help women improve their lives, who offer the solutions, that's a win. And together we're win-win women. We care, we connect, and we collaborate. I love that. And I love that we have so many women involved who are experts, real experts in their fields. And what we're looking forward to is the time where we can have, at any time of the day or night, any woman on the planet, she can tune in and she can find a solution. She can get her questions answered on any topic. So we're going for 50 topics, but you can see how scalable this is, because we could have hundreds of topics with women speaking 1 hour a day, 24 hours, 24/7. And each one of 1 hour a week, actually. So each one of our experts right now, show hosts, are putting on a 1 hour show, 30 minutes of a beautiful planned presentation, 30 minutes conversation where our audience members get to interact. And that part's not recorded, but you can find archived shows on winwinwomen.com. You'll see many of them, and just hold on to your hats, because there will be many, many more, and there'll be hundreds and then thousands of show hosts, because there are so many experts in so many nations. I mean, all the nations. There are women who have prepared themselves, and they are experts. So we invite you to go to winwinwomen.com, be an audience member, or go to winwinwomen.com, I should say, and also take that opportunity to perhaps become a show host. And as we mentioned before, none of us are experts in everything. So we are all winning as audience members and supporting each other as experts also. So winning and winning.
Yep. Absolutely. And I do want to add one little thing to the amazing shows that we're having. And that is that when you come on to the site for the show, if you are 10 minutes before there, You may not quite know how to get into what I call the studio, but about 2 minutes before the studio, it's all timed perfectly because it is TV, right? So if you are there 2 minutes before the show or 90 seconds, a little button will pop up that says join the show. That's how you actually get into the studio. That's where you get to interact. So I'm asking for your patience. If you're early, like most people, then just hold your horses or hold on to your panties or get another drink of water. 2 minutes before, you will be able to jump in. Okay. Wanted to point that out because I have been getting that question sometimes where people are saying, well, how do I get in there? So really important because we do want to interact with you. I also want to then, of course, mention, and I know we've done that a couple of times, so I'll briefly just mention them, the Global Prosperity and Peace Initiative with the International Youth Parliament and many other projects. And then Women of Faith, Women of Excellence.
Other way around, darling. Women of Excellence, Women of Faith. That's okay. That's okay.
Yes. And earlier we put up the link, so it is in the comments.
Yes.
Just scroll back through. And of course, the Los Angeles Tribune, the strategic partner for International Women's Day. And right now I'm getting really, really giddy because I know I can see that she is setting up. We now have our Florida local International Women's Day celebration going on. Oh, she's just turning away from the camera, but I know she's just about ready and she's laughing because she can hear me. I am so happy that I can bring to you, especially with the tech issues that we've been having, Susan Joyce Proctor. I'm going to bring her in as we are here. There she is. There she is.
Yay!
Hi, Susan.
Hey.
Happy International Women's Day.
Hey.
Hi. Tell us, where are you and who are you celebrating with today?
I am very excited to answer those questions. And you can tell I'm not in my usual studio. I am at an amazing little luxury wellness boutique in Boca Raton, Florida. And it is called Healing Moments. And I'm here with Tracy McDonough, who is the woman who owns and launched this amazing healing space, and another dear friend. And we were taking this excuse, this opportunity for International Women's Day to actually get together. Because as I think you all know by now, my message is about wellness as a tool for women's empowerment. And I feel so strongly, and I shared about this on Saturday, that it's important for us to remember that women are not just female men. We were conditioned in a culture where the ethos is no pain, no gain. And a lot of us have succeeded in that world. I know I did, when I was in banking years ago, but it took a toll physically because women are wired for pleasure. And it doesn't really work for us to, try to succeed in a man's world, the way men do. So to me, self-care and well-being is so important. And I also have this very important message, and I did share this the other day as well, that for women, just getting together, just being together increases this wonderful hormone called oxytocin. That is the tendon befriend hormone. It's called the love hormone. And it antidotes cortisol, which is a really nasty stress hormone. So for women, just getting together is one of the most amazing things that we can do for our health and well-being. And it even, and we've talked about this too, how lucky we are to have this online platform, because we connect every week, with women all over the world. It's so, joyful having a show and having our show host meetings. But being in person is even better, because the amount of oxytocin that we get to share when we hug is amazing. And I know Paula was so disappointed that we didn't have that this year as we had hoped. So we actually, we're going to be completely transparent. A bunch of women that we invited just didn't make it. So we
That's
just
okay.
Okay, that's okay. It doesn't matter the numbers, but I wanted to thank Tracy. And I know you're off camera, but Tracy, thank you so much. You're very kind to allow this to happen. And if there are 3, if there are 5, those are the perfect 3 or 5 who were meant to connect. Thank you so much, Tracy. We love and appreciate you. Yes.
And I have a question for all 3 of you, because there are 3 of you, and I love the number 3. We had the 3 G's earlier as well. Susan knows that I was going to ask this question. I don't know if she shared it with you, but could you tell us, what is your hope and what is your dream for the women of the world? What is the message you would like them to receive today? And I'm just sort of inviting all 3 of you to share really briefly, what is your message?
If you magically had all the women in the world in front of you for one moment in time, and you wanted to share just something brief right from your heart, even if it's just a sentence, then what would you say to the women right now today from your heart?
Just that we all need to be at peace and be at peace with each other. Community and sisterhood, we can get through anything together.
Thank you.
Oh, that's beautiful.
Yeah, that's beautiful. And our next sister there?
Yes.
This is Amalia.
Monterosa.
Amalia.
Nice meeting you all, ladies. And my message would be prioritize.
Oh.
Prioritize yourself. Make yourself be first in the list. Like of any issue that may be bothering you or that you need to take care of. Don't keep postponing your own stuff, because we can postpone our own things we want to do forever, because there's always something more important that goes in the list. And then that is to our detriment, because then we start getting angry, we start getting upset, and then, we lose the happiness. So no matter what we're doing, because we're always busy, us women, I don't know why, but there's always tons of things in the list. But we have to make it happen. Like seeing friends, right? Oh, we don't get to see friends. Why? Because we're always serving somebody. But what about that fun that we get, like she was saying, when you see friends, the oxytocin, that just gets really going. So that needs to be prioritized.
Beautiful. Thank you. Well said. Thank you so much. And Susan.
Well, Paula, I am so aligned with the values of this amazing movement that you've set in motion about, connection and collaboration. There's such power. The whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And I think I shared with you, and I think today is a good time to restate this, because I like to come back to, the big why, like why we do what we do.
Yes.
I was so inspired years ago when I heard the comment that the Dalai Lama made at the Vancouver Peace Conference in 2009, that the world will be saved by the Western woman. Mm-hmm. And I remember thinking, yes, we can do this, not to limit it to Western women, but as a practical matter, we've been very advantaged in terms of education and opportunity. And I know, how much of a stand you make and take about us sharing these resources, doing the things that we can do to foster these kinds of connections in the part of the world that doesn't necessarily have this quality of internet access, doesn't have this beautiful, spot to gather in for an event like this. And so I think it's really important for women to continue to evolve as women. I love men, but as I said earlier, we're not female men. And my observation is that the planet has been very out of balance with male-female energy, and that women, we should be in a position to be righting that balance. But most of us are products of imbalance. We all grew up in an imbalanced world. And so I think it's so important to kind of remind each other that
Community, right? And
community.
lean on each other.
Yes, that's beautiful. So
Amazing.
thank you so much, Susan. You always have such beautiful, insightful comments. What I'd like to do before we let you go is I'd love to invite all the women who are watching. Now, this is going to be on for a year until next International Women's Day on internationalwomensday.org. But I would like them to know that Boca Raton is in Florida. It's on the East Coast, and it is a beautiful place. And if you could kindly, we would love to have them come to where you are, your beautiful place. If you could tell us once more what the name of the resort is, or the place where you are.
Absolutely. It's called Healing Moments, and it's right on Federal Highway in Boca Raton. It's just a beautiful spot. It's a sanctuary. This is where I come, where I need to treat myself. But speaking of Florida, I will also remind all of us, and these ladies as well, that I've committed to doing a live celebration, When We're Women event in September. And also that my company, Get Your Juicy Back, pre-pandemic, we were doing women's wellness events and retreats, and we will be doing that again. And Florida is a lovely destination.
It really is.
So in addition to the beautiful weather and everything, we've had a lot more freedom here over the last couple of years than a lot of other places in the world. So it's particularly attractive as a wonderful place for us to gather. And I will be sharing more about some other times that we can get together to do that.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
you.
And thank you, dear ladies. We love you. Appreciate
Thank you. Keep celebrating.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Ooh, see? They're celebrating everywhere. It's just about coming together. It is. I know a friend of mine in the UK. She couldn't stream in, but she also said, "No, I'm at a women's event for International Women's Day." It is this coming together. It is, yes.
Yes. Well,
as Lana is saying, the oxytocin.
The oxytocin. Excuse me for interrupting you. Tonight is Emmylou Penrod and Reagan Barnes event. I'll be going to after we're finished recording or broadcasting, but I'm so excited that there are women, lots of different places putting on their own events. Of course, we know there are thousands all over the world. There are parades. There are people, who took this day off work that there are only 42 nations that do not have International Women's Day as a national holiday. There are only 42. And so I went to one of our congressmen, this is many years ago, about 10 years ago. And I said, it's Senator Orrin Hatch. And I said, my friend, why don't we have International Women's Day as a national holiday in America? And he said, great, Paula, do you want to spend about 2 years of your life and have it go to committee, and they'll add on a lot of other things, and then you just need to commit about 2 years to making this happen? And I said, no, thank you. I did make the attempt. I want all Americans to know that I tried.
Well, and then it is interesting that it would take 2 years, isn't it?
Well, it's such a process to really secure a date as a national holiday, where that means the government, when people get off work, all government agencies close. It's a big deal. So it takes a while. Yep.
Absolutely. And I do see a question here. Sorry, Marina, just 1 second. I see a question by Sheila. She was asking, how do you access the shows? And so, dear Sheila, you go to winwinwomen.com, and on there is a link that says watch shows. It's right on the menu. And then once you're there, you can see the whole lineup of the amazing experts. And what I mentioned earlier is that when you're in the show, for example, Marina's show, 2 minutes before she goes live, a button will appear that says join the studio. It's not there before, but 2 minutes before it's there.
Yes,
and then you can jump in.
And then they're archived, so you can watch shows that were recorded later. But there are 3 places on the home page that actually say watch the shows. So watch the shows. Yes.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Marina. Sorry, I interrupted Marina.
No, it was just that. I wanted to see that question.
Okay,
yes.
awesome.
And I noticed that Lana Gelb is in the house. She is one of our dear, precious supporters and friends, and she's an expert and, just a part of Win-Win Women, and we love her. Thank you for joining us, Lana.
And I do want to point one other thing out. While I see that our two beautiful panelists are in the house,
Yay.
I did also just want to mention, I'm going to put it in the comment area here as well again, because Susan mentioned, of course, her event sometime in the fall. Putting on an event takes a little bit of time. So in the fall, however, before the fall, we do have another event happening at the end of this month in Florida. And that is, of course, with Lisa Hannigan. It's going to be on March 26th, actually in Jacksonville. We also have, right after that, on April 9th, Christy Love is hosting a win-win event in Texas. And I believe Paula is going to be there.
Yeah.
We are looking at Lund, Sweden,
Yes.
up the road from me, so to speak, and that is May 14th. Then we have a number of other events already scheduled, ranging from Utah to South Africa to Washington, D.C., back to Utah with Emma Lou, of course, on September 10th, and the UK. Those are just some of the events that are already scheduled. And we're working on the back end on more, because we would like to connect with you so we can collaborate and you can see how much we all care and how important it is to come together.
Yes, thank you so much. And Natalie, Dr. Natalie Forrest, she is our global event director, and she's doing such a magnificent job, and there will be more and more and more events. So thank you, Natalie, for all that you do.
Thank you. And Paula, are you ready for the next two amazing women? All right. You have the floor.
Two of my favorite people. This is Denise Medved, and actually Denise is our Chief Operating Officer for WinWinWomen.com. I was going to say Win Global Networks. It actually is Win Global Networks because we have different entities, some of which you don't even know about yet, that are actually part of our future. And we're very excited about announcing these one by one. And on Saturday, we talked about circles. I'm going to talk about them after this panel. But this two-woman panel of two of my sweet friends, Denise Medved. So Denise and then Emma Lou Penrod. So Denise was 30 years based in New York as a senior officer and board member of leading agencies providing corporate marketing, public relations, and business-to-business growth with international and Fortune 1000 companies. Yeah. So she was the founder and editor of Businesswoman. That was the first publication of its kind with readership over 100,000 corporate women. And she spent another 12 years promoting public-private sustainability partnerships for two of the largest global firms in California. So sea to shining sea. Denise is also creator and founder of a cutting-edge brain health program promoting cognitive function in 50 U.S. states, that's all of them, and 30 other countries, leading worldwide events regularly with over 3,000 educators and trainers, and also our Chief Operating Officer for Win-Win Women. Emma Lou Penrod is a wife, mother, grandmother, retired school teacher, author of the book Navigating the Educational System, 5 Strategies to Getting the Best for Your Child. And she's a family life specialist with Healing Your Families, a beautiful, substantial program. She earned a Bachelor of Science in Elementary Education with an endorsement in Special Education from Weber State University. She also earned a Master of Arts in Educational Counseling from the University of Phoenix. She's a show host on the Win-Win Women Network with her beautiful Healing Your Families, and she's a member of the Kahatahi Coaching. And I hope I said that right. Denise and Emma Lou, I love you both. Take it away.
Thank you.
Hello.
Hello. It is an honor to be here, and it's an honor for me to get to be with Denise. She's a woman I admire greatly.
And I can say the same thing. We have a mutual admiration society going on here. It's a great honor to be here for International Women's Day. Hello, everybody, and happy International Women's Day. And it's an honor to be here with Emma Lou and Natalie and Paula. Like, what a powerhouse of women.
Well, I'm going to leave you ladies alone in just a moment. But one of the things that I know you both are aware of, because you have been with us for 2 days now, I want to give each of you the floor by yourself for just a moment so that you can share from your heart what makes you tick. I like that word. I've been using it all day. What makes you tick, and what is your mission? Okay, so who would like to go first? Eeny, miny, moe. Okay, Denise, that no, Denise, that when you try to get somebody else to do it, you got to go first. So it's you.
Okay. Well, first of all, one of the things that makes me tick, and I have a few things that make me tick, is I am fueled by networking, interacting, and connecting with other women. I was one of those women who was in New York City, kind of on my own, in the sense that I was in management. And that was a new thing in the early 1970s. So now I'm giving away my age. I was suddenly thrown into an arena where I was not surrounded by a lot of other women. And I was surrounded by more men than women. And I want to say that what lifted me up, what inspired me, what gave me hope, what gave me confidence in myself in my early 20s was other women who gave me a hand up, who mentored me, who were kind to me. And yes, this is in New York City, one of the largest cities in the whole world. And there were amazing women, some who I was in complete awe of because of their titles and their positions, who remembered that I was stepping up and that I was young and that I was new, and they were not so busy and they were not so involved in work that they were doing that they didn't not only mentor me, but women as well. So that having said, mentoring other women is very important to me, and especially younger women who are coming up in the world, giving jobs to women, making access available to different resources like Win-Win Women, for example. How can we help each other? It's a critical thing. And not only is it critical in our business life, but it's critical in all the circles of those that are women in our spheres of influence. So what do I mean by that? I mean that this immediate circle that we have are probably our close friends and family members. And yet it's important to nurture those relationships, not only for ourselves, but also for them. And then the circle widens out, and there are women that we've met and we like, but we may not see them on a regular basis. And we want to nourish and mentor those relationships as well. And then there are women that we haven't even met yet, but I just can't wait to meet them, because it's open to possibility, because women are wonderful for nurturing. And that is one of the things that makes me tick. I have been nurtured and helped by so many women in my life. If I could acknowledge every one of them, we would be here for hours.
That is amazing, though, because very often we don't necessarily hear about the support from each other. So thank you for bringing that up. Emma Lou, what makes you tick and what is your mission?
Well, first of all, I want to tell Denise that was really beautiful and very touching. I'm remembering when I was 11 years old and I had a lot of worries and confusion and trying to figure out what was real, what was true. And I began very closely studying my parents and watching how they treated each other, how they treated us, how they treated other people, how they talked about each other when the other person wasn't there, how they resolved conflict? What did they do when they disagreed? And I studied them so closely, and I was so impressed with how deeply they loved, how unselfish they were, and how they, even when they disagreed, they always treated each other with respect. And I determined that this was real, this was true. And I loved it. I always knew that they loved me. Even when they were angry with me, I knew that they loved me. And I followed my dream and got married, had a family, and then also I was able to teach. And as I taught school, I met those families that didn't have the blessing of two parents. Sometimes it was just one parent, but they loved their children. They got involved in their education. They did everything they could to support them. And I saw those families that worked very well and the families that struggled and had a lot of problems. And that's as I prepared to retire from teaching and wondering what I wanted to do next, I knew I wanted to strengthen families. I knew I saw how they're under attack. It's much more difficult being a parent now than it was when I raised my family. And then I came across this amazing Win-Win Women, and I knew their mission was mine, and I wanted to be a part of that. So I loved what Denise said about the mentoring. We lift each other, we rise together, and what makes me tick is the glorious opportunity to strengthen families. I feel like I'm making the world a better place because families are the foundation of society. And that's what makes me tick.
I love it. I
Yes,
love it.
yes.
It is so true. I'm going to let, hopefully, the two of you chat about the main topic and anything else that comes up. And as you, of course, know, the main topic for this panel really is how do we thrive together? The theme of this International Women's Day. How can we make sure that we create and maintain positive relationships in our lives? And both of you have already started on that. So why don't you share a little bit more of your insights, and I'll only jump in if I'm needed.
Well, I'll start if that's okay with you, Emmalou. And I think we did lay a foundation already by what we both talked about: women mentoring other women, women mentoring families. All of those things are pillars of relationships that can last a lifetime. I would like to say, though, that creating and maintaining a relationship with anyone is not a coincidence. It's not a serendipitous happening. It's something that needs to be nurtured and cultivated, meaning you can't just become someone's friend and then disappear for a year. And now, yes, you can go back to that person and reconnect, but the reality is it takes a little effort to really cultivate a relationship, whether it's a business relationship or a family member or a dear friend that either you live close by and get to see a lot, or maybe a friend who lives in another state or another country. We do have to invest in that. It's something like a garden. I'm actually a gardener, and so I love to use that comparison, that you have to nurture the garden. You can't just throw the flowers and the seeds into the dirt and hope that something good happens. If you really want to see it blossom and grow, you have to get some attention to it, and you have to sort of get your hands down in the dirt and support that blossoming so that it will happen. And I think it's really important that we make a commitment to ourselves as well as to others that we want to nourish those relationships. We drop a note, we send an email, we write a letter. Remember that when we used to write letters or send a card and actually address them and put a stamp on it? Do you know how powerful it is to get a thinking of you card or a humorous card in the mail from someone who is your friend? It's very very powerful. And so that's true in business relationships too, staying in touch, connecting. And again, we come back to that mentoring. It's the same thing with families, Emmylou, that when we are honestly and openly there from our hearts, coming from a place of love, whether it's a family member or a business colleague, then people know that we're authentic, that we honestly mean it when we say, what can I do to support you and help you? And when we check in from time to time.
Absolutely. I love your analogy with a flower. If you didn't water a plant, it would die. It requires that nourishing, that watering. I think one frequently overlooked skill is listening.
Oh, yes.
Just listening. I taught high school students, and some of them had a lot of emotional turmoil. And I found if you just started with a question like, what's going on? And just listen. I think that, and in a business relationship, in any relationship, I think communication begins by listening.
I think you're absolutely right. I have a little acronym that I love to use. I like acronyms because it helps me remember things. So this acronym is the word love, LOVE, because I think all relationships, whether again, it's a close friend or family member or someone you see once in a while or someone that you work with, they all are really based on love. And I mean a lot of things by that: respect, kindness, mutual admiration, understanding. And so the L on love, guess what it stands for, Emmylou? Listen.
Listen, yeah.
Listen to others. Don't think ahead about what you're going to say. Don't think ahead about how you can solve their problems. Just listen. It's so powerful in almost every single situation, nurturing a relationship. And then the O is open your heart to trust. Very often we're thinking, well, what's the agenda behind that? Or why is someone saying this? Or oh, I don't want to let them see the real me. And if we open our hearts to trust, it's a huge opening, literally, that others can feel coming from us. The V is voice positivity. It's so easy to come from the negative and say, well, that could happen, or this could happen, or I don't know about that. And just turn it around every time you're about to make a statement that doesn't come from the place of positivity. One of the women in my life who has been a role model for me since a tiny child was my granny. And my granny used to say something positive or don't say anything at all. And it's true. When you have something positive to say, what you just said about young people especially, sometimes all they want is for you to encourage them or to say something kind or to show them that you care by saying what's going on. And then the last, the E in love, is empathetic. Be empathetic. Put yourself in the other person's shoes. Don't be thinking about, oh, well, I had a similar experience, or, oh, I can compare this to that, but that I see what you're talking about. I feel what you are feeling. I understand how this must be affecting you. And so that's my little acronym for love.
I love it. I think it's great. And I think you're really onto something there. I think that this is how we can break down barriers, not only have a harmonious workplace and home life and neighborhood, is when we take time to talk to someone who may have a different opinion, a different background, and learn about them. And I loved what you said about being open and trusting and being positive. It's so easy to find things to complain about. Why not look for the good?
Yeah.
I want to throw in a question. I love what you're talking about and how you're sharing some of those insights. Can we imagine for a moment that there is a woman who has a child or a teenager? I'm going to use all the stereotypes I can come up with right now, so please bear with me. Has a teenager with her, and that teenager is just not responsive. I'm going to use that word. How do we then, and that is, of course, the world we live in right now, and I don't mean that negative for teenagers, but it is a different environment. And sometimes, as I didn't always listen to my mom when I was a teenager. So
You
what
didn't?
is your idea, or what is your advice if that is going on? What is your advice to listen, to hear, and to inspire that young lady, that young man? What would you, practical advice, what would you say?
If they're not talking with words, then you need to listen to what they're not saying. And I love Denise's analogy with the plant. You don't just water it once. It may, if there has been some damage in trust, it may take time and effort and repeated efforts, just more than one time of getting them to talk to you.
I agree with that, absolutely. And again, I think we go back to that listening thing that we mentioned earlier. Very often, I think many of us who may have teenagers or have had teenagers in our lives love to impart wisdom. We love to give guidance. We love to even criticize or scold or lecture. And we're not listening. We're not listening. And like you said, how powerful is that? Listen to what they're not saying, not necessarily what they are saying. So I think sometimes maybe just offering, look, I know something's going on and I just want to be here to listen. I probably can't solve it. I may not even be able to help you, but I'm here and I'd love to listen to what's going on with you. And I think sometimes an offer like that can be very powerful to anyone of any age, not just teenagers. And they may say no. And then the answer is always, I just want you to know that I love you. I love you always, in all ways, at all times. And eventually, I think that breaks through because they hear that, even if they say, get out of my face, right?
I think showing interest in what they're interested in, listen to their music and ask them about their hobbies, their activities, and what they're doing, and observing what brings them joy, what seems to cause stress, all of those.
I think you're right. I think in this day of technology and information and smartphones and smart TVs and all the things that we have going on, I wonder sometimes how smart those things are, right? That it's very easy to actually, what would the word be? Fulfill the agenda, especially if you've got, maybe more than one child, but certainly one. Also, about that, Natalie, their interests, their hobbies, where they need to go, what they have to do for school, their outside of school activities. There's so much going on that I think it's very easy as a parent to just say, okay, I'm dropping you off at soccer. I'm dropping you off at this. I'm picking you up at this. And not say, why do you like this sport? Is there someone in this club that you enjoy being with? What do you do in your club meetings? And sometimes I think we forget to actually be interested in what teenagers or children are doing.
Oh, those times commuting are precious times.
Yes.
You can really get into some conversations and some discussions and finding out what's important to them and letting them teach you. I remember when my sons became so absorbed in the computer games, and I, go ahead, teach me. What on earth are you doing with your thumbs? It was.
I love that, Emma Lou. And I think your image is a little frozen, so I'm going to throw that in there.
It is, and I don't know what to do.
That's okay. We can hear you perfectly fine. So just don't do anything. Just don't do anything.
And you have a beautiful smile on your face. That's all that matters.
I do want to mention that, yes, when I was still living in the U.S., I used to love the driving time, because in the US, of course, you have to drive the kids everywhere because that's where we connected. Now, I want to turn this around, the question that I just asked. What advice do you give a woman who does not feel heard or understood by others? Because that's also part, of course, of the relationship. So, what is your advice for that woman who might be in the audience right now saying, well, this all sounds great, but nobody's listening to me. You know, so and so doesn't hear me. My teacher doesn't hear me. My spouse doesn't hear me. My mom, my cat, whatever. What's your advice?
Well, what has helped me at times like that in my life is to consciously and actively seek out like minded women that I don't know yet. It could be a club, it could be an organization, it could be a kind woman at my place of worship who I don't know, but I'm curious about. It could be a business colleague that maybe I'd like to go have a cup of coffee with. So reaching out sometimes to another woman is a wonderful way of giving yourself a support system and being a support system for them, because we always want it, no pun intended, but to be a win-win situation. I'm here for you, you're here for me. And so I think it's important to reach out. Don't just make an assumption that no one's listening or that no one wants to listen. There may be many women out there who would like to listen to you if you just make the first move and reach out and join or sign up or invite them to a cup of coffee.
I totally agree with that. And I will admit to having been one of those women who felt no one's listening to me. And I remember a time when I went to a social event, many people there, and as I left, I was reflecting, no one came up and spoke to me. And then immediately I thought, how many people did you approach? So exactly, putting forth that effort. And I think also in our homes, if we're feeling that's where we feel it the most, and at work too. It's essential that our coworkers, our supervisors listen to us and that we feel respected there. I think that we can, we teach people how to respond to us and what we will accept. And maybe just standing and maintaining eye contact, just gently, sweetly, but I have something to say. And it's important for me, it's important to me for you to hear this. Sometimes we can be assertive.
Absolutely. I agree with that. And I think modeling is an important thing as well. Sometimes if you don't feel heard, like you just recognized at that party, like, wait a minute, how many people did I walk up and say hello to? So sometimes we need to model what it is we would like to receive, whether it's at home or at work or in an organization that we belong to, that I want someone to listen to me. So how about if I start listening to other people and holding the space for them, so to speak, a safe container where I am making eye contact and they can feel safe to talk to me and see that I'm actually present and here and not off thinking about something else or wondering what it is I'm going to do next or how many minutes I have before this conversation needs to end. Actually being present is a huge gift that you can give someone else. And very often when you model what it is you would like to receive, you'll be surprised how you start receiving it from others.
Totally agree with that, Denise.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So how important then are relationships for our mental, spiritual, physical well-being? Because Susan mentioned it earlier when she was streaming live and of course from Florida. How important are relationships in our lives? What are your thoughts on that?
I think they're essential. I remember in high school reading a short story about an argument between two men that, solitary confinement for life wouldn't be, just anyway, it is essential. I think it's for our emotional and mental well-being. And I think also our physical, like, that the feel-good hormones that are released in our brains when we have these interactions. I think solitary confinement would be absolutely the worst punishment.
I agree. My background, as was mentioned by Paula, in the last 17 years has been in neuroscience and working with brain health programs. And there have been so many studies about what keeps us vital and active and keeps our brains sharp as we age and live longer. And one of the number one things is social interaction and relationships, and a sense of being involved with others in some way, whether it's a volunteer thing that you do or an organization that you belong to. And so those are actually critical and vital to us at every age. And of course, we all know about thriving and why the word thrive is applied to children. And that has to do with touch and involvement and interaction and communication and socialization with other people. That's how we develop in the first place. And that means that we need that all of our lives. That is a form of nourishment, not only to our physical bodies and our brains, but also to our emotional well-being, our spirit, and our spiritual well-being, as well as our mental well-being. There are millions of studies that show how important social interaction is to all of those aspects of ourselves: the mental, physical, spiritual, and emotional.
Always
So does a virtual
science to back it up.
does a virtual gathering count?
I think it's better than nothing.
I think it does count.
Yeah, there's still the exchange of ideas and the communication. I think it's better than nothing. I live in a neighborhood where many people live alone. And when we had, the pandemic, everything was shut down, we were relying on phone calls, just a phone call, just thinking of you, how are you? Zoom, it's better than nothing, but definitely the live, the energy, you feel the energy when you're in the same room.
Mm-hmm. It's true. And at the same time, there's some great value in knowing that someone is willing to take the time out of their day and sit on the other side of the computer and look you in the eye and actually spend time with you. They care about you. So it's a form of understanding that someone cares, or maybe a whole group of someone's care about you. But I have to say, there is nothing better than a good old hug.
Oh yeah. Now, isn't the science there that the oxytocin's released? And
yeah.
Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Serotonin,
essential.
Endorphins. Yeah.
Especially the elderly, they need to be hugged. Children need hugs. Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely.
All right, ladies, we're coming to the end. So my final question for both of you, well, I have one additional one for Emalu in a minute, but my basic final question is, what are your hopes and dreams for the women of the world for this year, next year, and the future? What is the main wish? What is the main dream? And if I may, I'm going to start with Emalu. And we'll just see where that goes. Emalu, what is your wish?
My wish is that they have the opportunity to learn what they're capable of and to learn some tools, set some goals and learn some tools to help reach there. And also that they learn that they can rely on each other, that they can lift each other up. I have found the more I learn about someone, the more I care about them.
Beautifully said. Well, Denise, your wish, your hope, your dream.
Well, the first thing that came to my mind when you asked that question, Natalie, which is a beautiful question, is I would like for women everywhere to understand whatever their walk of life, wherever they live, whatever their daily fare is, whether they're a mother, a businesswoman, whatever it may be, that they are not alone. It's very powerful to know that you have support, that you have someone cheering you on, that you have others who care about the quality of your life. And so that's one of the reasons I am very proud to be part of Win Win Women, because that's the whole mission of Win Win Women, is to provide solutions, to provide conversation, to provide support for women everywhere, in every country, in every walk of life. And that's why I want to be such a part of that, because I so passionately believe in the fact that we all need to know that we are not alone. Every one of us, the woman who's at the top of the corporate ladder, the woman who appears to be successful and have it all, and everything in between, we all need to know we are not alone, and that we are rooting for each other. We may not have the answers or the solutions, but just to know that someone is there and wants you to have the best life possible. That's an important thing.
Absolutely. And the reason why I said I was going to have like a little additional question for Emma Lou is, of course, because as Paula mentioned earlier, Emma Lou, with a friend of hers, is organizing a live local event in Utah. Emma Lou, can you tell us just a few words about this event that you are going to be going to co-hosting, assisting with later this evening?
I invite anyone who is in the Salt Lake City area to go to the Whitmore Library on Fort Union Boulevard. And big treat, Paula has said she's going to do her best to be there. I think she's amazing for doing that. And Reagan has done most of the organizing, and she has lined up a visit from Mrs. Utah will be the MC, a prominent songwriter, Janine Brady, will be there. There will be music. There will be door prizes, and there will be refreshments.
Wow.
Darn, I wish I could beam myself over to Salt Lake City.
I know. I'm like, well, what about me? What about me?
Melon.
I'm in North Carolina and Natalie's in Germany. Darn.
Well, and we've got Paula, of course, also in Utah. And we've got, well, Marina, you're also in Utah. So who knows? Maybe it's going to be a hug fest later on.
Hope you can come, Marina and Paula. It'd be great.
Thank you so much, sweet girls. This was magnificent. And yes, Emma Lou, I will be there tonight. And I wish that we could beam you up, Denise, so that you could be there too. I loved listening to what you said. And I love that right off the top of her head, that Denise could just say, I've got an acronym for you, and just go through this. It's just, it doesn't matter what you ask these two women. They're going to have an answer because they're true experts, and they've had a lot of experiences in their lives that have prepared them to be able to now share their principles of truth that they know. And I loved every word of what you said. I really especially loved the first L that you both agreed on, that love. Listen. And that is so critically important. And then Emma Lou said later, sometimes with our youth, you need to listen between the lines, to watch their body language. Sometimes they're not saying, they can't say, they don't know how to say what's in their heart, but you can discern it if your intention is to do so. Yeah.
Thank you so much, ladies.
Thank you.
It's
We love
been a
you.
pleasure. Emma Lou, I know you got to go. Denise, thank you for being there. I appreciate it.
We love you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Love you. Love you.
Bye.
Bye.
Wow.
Love, listen,
Laugh.
relationships. Yes, yes.
Oh, so good. And oh my goodness, I'm just so impressed with every woman who is in such a position to be sharing her message and so beautifully. Love it.
Yes, absolutely.
Mhm.
Marina, what are your thoughts?
It was wonderful. It's the connection we have in our lives, not only with our family, but with the people that we interact. Paying attention in relationships can heal us. It takes a lot of drama out of life when we have a good connection, when we strive to have a good relationship with anyone. And someone else mentioned, we can learn from everyone. Everyone around us is a teacher for us, and when we are more teachable, our life can be run more smoothly too.
I could not agree more. Well, Paula, you said that you also wanted to share something with the audience after the panel. So are you going to share something about circles now?
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I'm going to give you the floor.
Oh, yeah. Some of our sweet women can relate. I'm 73 years young, and just every once in a while, something will go, what was it I said? That's just makes us so human. Yes, I wanted to tell you about circles because we've been talking at Win-Win Women for months about how on International Women's Day, March 8th, that I would share about our beautiful, wonderful circles, and they're Win-Win Women circles. And let me tell you about them. So you know that there are many ways that women can connect. We are connecting on Win-Win Women with television shows, on the website, with events. And then there's another way. When women who cannot always go to the events, or maybe they don't have the bandwidth that maybe you have with your phone, and especially, but so many women in underdeveloped countries do have phones. The beauty is that we have another way that they can connect. They don't have to go to some fancy hotel or any resort. They connect monthly in these beautiful circles. They gather and they connect heart to heart, 5 to 15 women. And this is the agenda of their meetings. And this is very flexible. We are going to give them this beautiful foundation, just a foundation of what it can be. And then we say within what you're doing and what you want, then we would like you to decide what that looks like best for you. But the circles will be 5 to 15 women. They'll meet in homes. They'll meet every month, unless, like one of the circles that I started years ago, they wanted to meet every week. They're going to name their circles. In the past, when I started this, and then what happened is I went out to 32 cities and had a big tour, and I tested this. I know it works, but then I just couldn't be doing so many things at once. And in my heart, I thought someday this is going to be resurrected. It's going to happen, and this is the time. And so the women will name their group, and birds of a feather flock together. There are going to be women who want to connect with each other, 5 to 15 women, and they'll name it. Like one of my groups was called the Red Hot Mamas because they all wanted to lose weight, and they got together and they had guest nutritionists come in, and they all weighed each other actually, and they helped each other. They kept each other accountable for their goals. So then another was the Serving Sisters, and they got together, and every month they did a service. Another was the Mother and Daughter Circle, and the mothers taught the daughters. The next month, the daughters taught the mothers about things, and it was so beautiful. And it went on and on. In 1 month, we created 11 circles. And now what I envision is in 195 nations, we'll have thousands and thousands of circles eventually, because women do want to connect. And this is a way that they can. So here's what will happen. And this is a suggestion, that the women will get together and they'll break bread. They'll have something that they eat. The very first thing when they get together, they're laughing and they're catching up and they're hugging and they're eating. And we like to do that. And women know this. One of those circles that I just talked about, they met at a restaurant and they ate that way. And then they went and did their service. The other ones, the Red Hot Mamas, they brought very nutritional, very healthful, what should I say, offerings, food. And then the other ones, they just brought anything. They brought quiches, they brought cookies, they brought vegetables. It doesn't matter. You just bring something, just a little something. But that isn't like the main thing that happens. That's the beginning. And then this is the exciting part, is they go in, and especially the very first time they meet, then they'll greet each other, tell a little bit about each other, have a getting to know you time, and then they'll set a goal. Each woman there'll be different goals. Different women, some might want to start, playing the piano. Another might want to learn another language. Another might want to lose weight. Another might want to write a book, whatever their goal is. Now think a village in Uganda. And so, you think every woman on the whole planet, we all have goals. Whatever their goal is, they might want to be a better mom. They might want to start a business, whatever they want to do. Their sisters in the circle will help them stay accountable and be very encouraging and supportive of them reaching their goals. So every month when they meet, they'll eat, they'll get together, and they'll go one by one and talk about the goal that they had set for themselves, how they're doing, and that'll be so helpful. Then after that, they will do something that is uplifting, educational. Like I said, some were the serving sisters, but others would take one of the Win-Win Women presentations, a show episode, and then watch it. Then they'd turn it off and they'd discuss it. If they don't have the bandwidth to do that, they'd have someone coming in and sharing their expertise, a speaker, or whatever they would decide. But what I know is that these circles work, and that women want to connect. Our darling Cheryl, can't remember her last name, but she did the Lean In. I know you're knowing who this is. And she wrote the book Lean In. And it was really about women who are in corporations and in corporate America and corporations throughout the world, gathering and leaning into their responsibilities as business women. Well, this includes all parts of a woman's life, these circles that we will have, these Win-Win Women circles, and the women will gather. And then if there are more than 15 women, or if a woman says, they just started one here that I'd rather be part of, then we love, and we say, that's fine, you can go to that one. That these wonderful directors of the circle will then be proactive. They'll be cheerful, positive women, and they'll be directing their circle. And we'll have, and this is a beautiful part, we will have this up on the Win-Win Women website in just a couple of weeks. We'll have a page about it. And then women, you could start anywhere, gather some friends, and you say, I want to do a circle, and you name it. You send it to us, then you could post pictures. That's one of the fun things. This is what we did at our circle. And you post a little picture, and can you imagine circles connecting with circles and having sister circles across the world? And it will be like what I mentioned this morning in my presentation, these ripple effect throughout the world of women being connected in this beautiful way, in a small way in their circle, and then throughout the many circles. And some of the women will go online and say, oh, that was a great idea what that circle did. We could do that next month. And we will give them many ideas of what they can do in their circles. And this is our official announcement that as part of our Win-Win Women, our programs, we are officially announcing that this is part of our future, that we will be now starting these beautiful circles worldwide. And I invite anyone within the sound of my voice, whether now or in the years to come, that this will be videoed, that this will be seen, that we'll be able to, I invite you to join a circle. I invite you to start a circle. Anyone can start a circle. And so the very, very beginning, what I'd love you to do is just know that it's going to be on the website soon. Go to winwinwomen.com, and then as soon as it's up, it'll tell everything that I shared, but more, and exactly how you will then start your own circle, what that will look like, and you'll be able to click and join, or click and start one. Okay, I did it. I've announced the circles. So we've been talking about it for about a year, and now we are actually going to start implementing these. Yay.
Awesome. I am excited about the circles. And it's so funny because Denise and Emma Lou were just talking about how important the relationships and the face-to-faces. So thank you, Paula. Absolutely amazing. And Marina, are you ready to introduce our next guest?
Yes, my pleasure. Thank you. We are going to hear from Shauna Pelton. She explains that everyone wants to feel healthy, live with purpose, have meaningful connection, be self-confident, but the vast majority of people everywhere are struggling to overcome painful patterns of personal, relational, and professional conflict. The price we pay for holding onto unresolved traumas and dramas is too high. It is time to claim our self-sovereignty to create a positive personal change and live a more empowered, fulfilling life. As a trauma-informed spiritual mentor, bioenergetic and somatic practitioner, and transformational coach and guide of 20 years, Shauna facilitates and educates heart-centered, open mind, conscious leaders, change makers, healers, and creatives to reorient to their true north. Shauna is the host of the Inner Power Quest show in the Win-Win Women Network, founder of the Inner Power Circle and Pathward Academy, doing the great work of transforming yourself and the world and liberate your spirit. Welcome, Shauna. Take it away.
Oh, thank you for that wonderful introduction, Marina. And I'm so excited about these upcoming circles. I can't wait to start I already started one. I'm going to contribute to the Win-Win Women's Circles next. So I want to start off today's talk about how to recreate your reality after trauma by sharing a story. So I was literally walking down the street one day, and I was approaching a little girl and her mom. And this girl might have been maybe, I would say, 5 years old. And she was holding on to the hand of her mother, walking while looking around with like just awe. You could see it on her that she was in like amazement. And she had on a pair of glasses. The glasses were literally in the shape of a rainbow, and they were also colored on their lens as a rainbow. So by the time we got to cross paths, I decided to just talk to her. I'm a mom, I'm a grandmother, I love children, they're adorable. And so I said to her, I just love your glasses. And she stopped her mother to talk to me about everything that she was seeing through these glasses. And then she takes them off her face and puts them on my face and says, look through them, look at the world. Everything is beautiful. So I was instantly transported back to my innocent self. And I was thinking about just how we would see the world, from our pure, innocent state. There's a saying that goes, we don't see the world as it is. We see the world as we are. And so the bottom line here is that our pure, innocent state, or from that place, we do see the world for its full spectrum of potential. And then over time, the various experiences of life's traumas and dramas can tarnish our lens of perception from which we see the true nature of reality. And if you just simply tune into the daily news, you will see a world in crisis. And make no mistake about it, that what we've all been going through over these past few years, whether we have witnessed or have personally experienced the grief of illness, loss, conflict, natural disasters, or violence, and will most certainly leave a mark on our own as well as the collective consciousness. And you see, trauma is just simply the physical and psychological response to any deeply distressing events that can overwhelm an individual's ability to be able to cope with life. It causes feelings of helplessness, diminishes our sense of self, and it affects our ability to access or even handle the full range of emotions. And if we move too quickly or try to push what we see out of our minds without addressing the trauma that's left behind by these undesired, painful events in life, we will unwittingly become victims of the patterns that are left behind in their wake. In truth, we will all find ourselves at a choice point at some point in our life, at some time. At that point, we can either face the facts, address our needs, heal our wounds, evolve, and grow, or we can continue to run from and fight against the truth. We deny our responsibility. We remain victims of our reality. So that's where we're at. Humanity is at a choice point. So these choice points are, in fact, defining moments in our life. When you get to that place that you realize you can't keep going down that path that you've been on, and then you decide it's time to change. It's time to show up differently. It's time to change the way that you think, the way that you act. And ultimately, as a result, your patterns will shift. One of my first defining moments came around 23 years ago. Well, this is one that stands out anyway. I'm sure I had other defining moments. But at that time, my son's father had lost his battle with addictions. And I looked into the innocent eyes of my 3-year-old son, and I knew that if I was going to continue doing what I was doing, I was going to go down the same path as his father. And then I also knew that he, my son, was going to witness me, and he was going to model after the example that I gave him. So in that defining moment, I made a choice. I wanted to be a better example on how to handle life's challenges, the inevitable challenges that we all face in life. And it was at that time that I was experiencing a lot of hardship. I was chronically ill. I was living in poverty. I was struggling to survive. I was mentally and physically unwell. My doctor had told me that I was likely going to need to be on medications for the rest of my life. I decided to challenge her prognosis. And as a result of putting the effort in to create my change, I defied the odds. And I truly, in every sense of the term, recreated my reality. My life is nothing like it was. And if you would imagine me 23 years ago to who I am today, it's as if I'm two different people. Now, I'd imagine that you'd agree with me when I say that there is great potential within each of us to manifest our heart's desires. And maybe you're wondering, what does it actually take to tap into that potential? So to overcome struggle, so to heal transform your life, to restore peace and purpose? I discovered that the answer lies with our identity, specifically with who we think we are and how we show up in the face of our challenges. It's the level of consciousness that you come from whenever you engage in life. Meaning we're either unconsciously incompetent, asleep at the wheel, wondering why life is the way it is, or we're consciously competent, putting effort into our choices, making new decisions to show up in a more empowered way. That's it. This is our choice, to choose our consciousness. Quantum science says that everything boils down to how we relate and interact with this world of form. Meaning the inner world, this is how we relate with our inner world. Our inner world represents our thoughts, our feelings, sensations, as well as emotions, also our belief systems. So that's the inner world. So you can take the idea of your consciousness and translate it there as well. So like how you think, how you feel, and what you believe is a level of consciousness. Whereas the outer world is your behavior. It's what you do that creates a result. So you're coming from the inner world whenever you take an action. And it's a very predictable formula. Your inner world influences your behaviors, creates your reality. There are two main categories of consciousness that we're going to really be focused on or interested in as it relates to, creating this change. From the level of victim consciousness, we can continue to think and feel and behave and act as if we have no power over our own lives, which is, it looks like. So imagine this, the victim consciousness, and please let me be clear here. When something happens to us that is truly beyond our control, at the hands of another person or situation that we couldn't have predicted, and we are a victim of that circumstance, I want you to know that there is space for that. I'm not dismissing the pain of very difficult experiences. By no means am I going to suggest that you shouldn't feel pain when you have those types of experiences. But what happens is those experiences can sometimes shape shift. Remember the lens? If it colors our lens of perception, it ends up changing our worldview. So what happens is we unconsciously, unknowingly allow something to change us without our involvement. And then as a result, we develop these protective personalities. We put up armor around our hearts so to keep us safe from being harmed. Our behaviors reflect back to us how we really think about ourselves. If we are abusing ourselves or neglecting ourselves, isolating ourselves, these are all reflections of how we've allowed an experience to change us. The opposite, or the other and more ideal level of consciousness, is the creator consciousness. This is when we shift into a level of thinking that's more in harmony with our true nature. This potential of ours that I'm talking about comes from this level of consciousness. It's a sovereign state of being. When we're living from creator consciousness, we realize that no matter what happens, we are the authority over what we think, how we feel about it, what we believe to be true about ourselves, about the circumstance, about other people, about life itself. These are all within our control. And we learn how to navigate that inner world of thinking, feeling, and believing. And as we do that, then we also bring in that same line of thinking, that same strength and quality of our creator consciousness into responding to life in a new way. So if from the victim consciousness we react, we're not living in creation. We're not living as a creator. But from the level of creator consciousness, we respond. And when we respond to life, when we come from that empowered place, we anchor in much more than a new pattern. And I really hope this translates, because this is very empowering for all of us, especially at this time. We anchor in this light. We anchor in the true nature, remember, of our being, and influence this world that we live in. So this is really the only choice that we have. This is the opportunity when we're faced at our crossroads. So whatever it is that you're challenged with, maybe you are experiencing personal conflict. Maybe you are wondering about, how to change your financial situation, how to change your relationship issues, challenges, status, right? How to change your health. It starts here. And you see, most of us, and myself included, were given very poor examples on how to do this, on how to face our challenges, how to slay our dragons. And because of that, we end up stuck with that victim consciousness. We don't even see it. We are blind to our own behaviors. We get stuck in self-doubt and fear. We have the syndrome of not enoughness, not good enough, not loved enough, not enough resources. And from that place, we end up creating more of that which we don't like. And what it takes is a reflection back to us in order to see ourselves. The choice point is usually a painful truth in our face. That's typically what ends up happening. It's when we are feeling lost and empty, when we're feeling lonely. Maybe we're afraid to love, afraid to get hurt again. And we end up with situations that reflect to us that belief system. Or maybe we're feeling we've lost meaning. We feel burnt out, unfulfilled, and uncertain of what our next step is. Or maybe we've lost health, of feeling depressed, anxious, unhappy with life, and are even feeling exhausted, too exhausted to do anything about it. And I want you to know, if this is you, if you're resonating with this, if I'm like reading your diary, I want you to know that you're not alone, and that this experience is not uncommon. It is the most common thing that we are all facing here. We're all challenged by. And so I did create a supportive tool to help you create that quantum shift, to help you take it to the next step on your journey of self-actualization, where life takes on a new meaning. And, if you're tuning in and you'd like to know how, you can go to my website for that free resource, or I'm sure, we can share it here. If you just go to my website, shaunapelton.com, you'll be able to access that free resource for yourself and start your journey of healing and transformation. with that. And so with that said, I just want to thank everybody for, the opportunity. And Paula, I'm so grateful to be here with you today. This has been a lovely experience. It's an honor to be amongst these fabulous women.
I feel the same way. Thank you so much, Shauna. When I listen to you speak, you are so soothing and calm, and kind, and you just exude everything you teach. Shauna and I are dear friends. I just love this girl. We have something in common. The peacock. We love peacocks. And then you see behind her, she's got a great big peacock feather. And that could be a whole nother presentation that you give.
It is. Yeah.
Shauna, I think of you more often than you know, because you've been you've had such an immense effect on my life for good. And I just want to honor you for who you are and what you teach. And everyone within your life circle, you bless. And we're just calmer and better because of your beautiful presence. Thank you.
Oh, that means so much. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. And same sentiment. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Shauna.
Thank you,
Thank
Shauna.
you.
We love you. Happy International Women's Day. You added to it so greatly. Bye-bye, honey. What a sweetheart. She is so sweet. I mean, when you say that word sweet, that's just what she is, just dear and very bright. Very, very bright.
Yes. It's I've had the pleasure of talking with her too a couple of times, and it is this not just as sweet, but this calm and this really, it brings me back to listening. She's like listening with all of her bodies. So it's very fascinating. Yes.
Yes, she's an amazing woman. As are all of our, I just feel like she said she's so honored to be here. I feel the same way. I feel I'm among queens, and it's such an honor.
I know. I feel very blessed these 2 days to have gotten to know the ladies a little better. We know them from the show host calls. We know them from talking with them here and there, but them showing up the way that they all did. And we do have one more, so don't get me wrong. We do have one more.
We have Alicia.
Yes. And she is going to really, really bring this home. And she's also ready and waiting in the wings. Marina, you're going to take this one?
Yes, thank you. It's time for our last speaker. She's Alicia Corey, as the audacious confidence growth expert and legacy queen, elect for Women of Achievement. Alicia Corey knows what it's like to hide in the shadows, struggling with low self-worth. She now strives to influence, educate, inspire, and entertain audiences to encourage them to step boldly in the direction of their dreams and achieve what is possible despite their feelings, fears, or past failures. She is the founder of Alicia Corey Inc., a boutique consulting firm specializing in the development of audaciously proactive leaders and teams using brain science and people data to get results. AC Beauty, on-site professional MUAH services, and the Red Carpet CEO, a digital media company. Alicia is an author of multiple books, a speaker, actor, beauty professional, and coaches leaders to show up more powerfully with a strong executive presence. She executive produces and hosts the nationally syndicated podcast, Leading with Audacious Confidence, and 3 web TV shows, Small Business, Saturday Shout Out, Love My Body, Love Myself, and Unleash Your Audacious Confidence on Win-Win Women TV. She is on the advisory board of Kaiser University at faculty member of Ball House and Inc. 5000 Company, and the marketing chairperson of the Black-Owned Media Alliance, BOMA. Alicia, thanks for joining us. We are so excited to hear from you.
Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. And happy International Women's Day to everyone. And thank you for inviting me to be here today on this amazing, amazing platform. Thank you, Paula, for creating it, and Natalie, and everyone who has spoken these last 2 days and just really brought such warmth and such beauty to International Women's Day. I am excited to be here today. And my topic today, what I'm talking about, is how confidence can take you further than talent can. Not that talent isn't important, talent is very important, but you need to mix it with audacious confidence, not just your regular confidence. You need some boldness. And I want to share a couple things with you today in the time that I have. First of all, that confidence is something, I used to think that confidence was something you were either born with or you weren't. And Shauna spoke so sweetly and eloquently, and I'm just going to come here with a lot of energy, and and I'm probably going to wake you up after she calmed you down so nicely. So I want to share how, for me, coming from a background of low confidence, and I didn't have a strong belief in myself, and tell you a couple stories, if that's okay, and how I was able to shift that, and how I help others shift that as well. And one of the main things that I had to learn about confidence is that confidence is something that you can grow. It's something that you can develop. Sometimes you might look at someone who just steps into a room and they command the attention, and you think, I could never do that. I mean, I was there. I was in those shoes. But that's not the case. You have to be intentional about wanting to be there and then doing the work to get there. And it's not difficult. It's just a mind shift. And one of the things that really stuck with me as I was preparing to do this talk with you today was self-trust, and how many times we don't trust ourselves enough to step into the big things. And so I want to give you 3 really easy, simple things to ask to work through that self-trust. So I remember living my entire life in this container of expectations of others, not self-expectation, but the expectation of others. So living in this container of the expectation of others meant that I was doing everything not to disappoint someone else. And when they did get disappointed, then something was wrong with me. And what that ended up doing for me is really limiting myself and not trusting myself enough. So what I had to realize is sometimes you may need to disappoint others when you have a bigger mission that you're focused on. So when you have something bigger than yourself that you're working towards, then sometimes it becomes necessary to disappoint other people. And that does not make you a bad person. See, I equated my value with whether or not I was disappointing people. And so I was running around making sure that everybody was okay and I wasn't disappointing anybody, but that was not leaving enough room for myself. So if you recognize that about yourself, the first step is to become aware that you're doing that. And if you have this idea that you can't disappoint anybody, then you are living to please everyone else, and you cannot grow your own confidence, and you cannot grow your self-trust. So one of the main things about self-trust is beginning to recognize those voices in your head that are telling you you're not good enough. Those unflattering voices that are the doubts and the unbelief when you're trying to do something. Because again, we're talking about confidence taking you further. So when you're trying to step out and that voice says, nope, you can't do that. Nope, something you don't have the skill set, you don't have the knowledge, you don't have what it takes, you're just not good enough. So the first step I want you to do is to recognize that that voice exists. Begin to recognize what that voice is saying. And then the second part of that, instead of resisting it, because sometimes, people will tell you, well, just resist it, just stop it, just say no. But sometimes you just can't resist that voice. Sometimes it's so loud in your head that you really can't shut it off so quickly. So my suggestion is not to shut it off, not to resist it, not to agree with it, but instead begin to ask questions of that voice. Begin to ask, when was that true in my life? When did that happen? When was that actually a case that we started to believe this about ourselves? And start asking the questions that now you have to go back and begin to look at instances in your life that these things happened. Because what we end up doing is we string a bunch of occasions together and form a belief around that that's who we are, or we draw a conclusion about it. And then we build this belief up in ourselves that is not necessarily the truth. So begin to ask the questions. Is that really true? When did that happen? Am I putting things together that don't belong together to come up with this conclusion? And then the third thing that you need to do is to really determine if it is true or not. Are you really that voice? Are you really doing the things or saying the things or being that thing that voice is saying? Are you really not good enough? Are you really stupid? Are you really not beautiful enough? I mean, I'm saying things that I used to hear within my own voice, that I wasn't good enough. Nobody wants to hear what I have to say. You can't do that. You don't have the right skills. You don't have the right talents. You're too short, all these things. And so I had to begin to challenge what those things were saying to me. And in challenging it, I realized that those were not true at all. And I want to tell you a story that kind of brings all this together. When I was 5 years old, my family, I was born in Trinidad, and my family moved when I was 4.5 from Trinidad to Australia. And when I was 5 years old and I started kindergarten, we went to what we called phys ed or PE. We went to PE class one day, and the PE teacher was giving us gymnastics, basic gymnastics moves. And I was tumbling like a crazy person all over the grass, flipping, cartwheeling, doing everything. I was having the best time. And so the teacher said to me, "You should do gymnastics." So of course, I thought, yes, I need to do gymnastics. So I ran home and I told my parents, I need to do gymnastics. You need to put me in a gymnastics class. And my parents, well, I love my parents. And at the time, they said to me, "No, because you quit everything." I thought, oh my goodness. And honestly, from that incident at 5 years old, I saw myself as a quitter. That wasn't the truth, but I saw myself as a quitter because later on, I took some assessments, I got some coaching, and later on, I realized that I'm a quick start. So if we have any Colby people out there, I'm a quick start, and quick starts jump into things and quickly realize, this is synopsizing it, but quickly realize that if they can't iterate or change things within that they take what's good and move on to the next thing. So we iterate, and we move on. And so I wasn't really quitting. I was just moving to the next thing, taking the lessons that I learned here and moving it to the next thing. Well, my entire life, I had to prove to my parents that I could do a thing before I got to do the thing. So I had to prove I could roller skate when I wanted to roller skate. I had to prove I could ride a bicycle when I wanted to ride a bicycle before I could get a bicycle. So I still had in my mind, even way into adulthood, that I had to continue to prove these things because I'm a quitter. When I was able to release that, my confidence shot up and I was able to actually be who I am and do the things that I do, so that when they read that bio of me, and I have so many different things that are in that bio, I couldn't do all those things believing what I believed about myself before. So I hope that that kind of helps free you a little bit. Those 3 steps to go ahead and identify the voice, determine whether or not it's true by asking questions of it, and then decide, am I going to really believe this? Is this really true? Or have I just strung a bunch of incidents together that were unrelated to create this story about myself? I knew at 5 years old 2 things. One, that I had a lot of physical talent, but 2, that I needed a coach to help me break through the fear, because there were certain things that I was too afraid to do. But I knew that if I took gymnastics classes, if I had a coach, that can help me overcome those fears and teach me the right techniques. And so don't be afraid to step out and get coaching. Don't be afraid if there's something you want to go for and something that you want to do, don't be afraid to step out and get the necessary tools that you need in order to do it. And that will take your confidence to different levels that your talent wouldn't take you to. Because you need to be able to recognize that, yes, I have the talent, I have the skill, but I also need to combine it with the confidence to step out and do it. And when you're able to do that, the sky's the limit for you. And that's why I say audacious confidence is that unshakable belief in yourself that's so bold and so brave that you dare to step into what's possible for yourself despite your feelings, fears, or past failures, to live your life without limits. And so I invite you to join me on Win-Win Women, on the Win-Win Women Network on Mondays at 5 p.m. Eastern Time for our show. It's called Unleash Your Audacious Confidence, because since I've been unleashed, I'm like on a mission to unleash everyone else. So I hope you can join me at 5 p.m. Eastern on Monday nights for Unleash Your Audacious Confidence. And if you want to connect with me, you can connect with me on Alicia360.com. That's ALICIA 360.com. And I really want to encourage you, and I see some of the amazing comments that are popping up. Thank you so much for those comments. And yes, fear holds a lot of people back. And I know that from experience. I know that I held back so many times in my life that I didn't even realize that fear was controlling my own, controlling the bus I was on. I didn't realize I was on this bus of fear that I didn't want to step out too far and do anything. And that's why I say, if you get a coach, because we have blind spots. We all have blind spots that we don't even know exist. But when you have someone that can see those things, they can help navigate you through those things. Coaching really helped expand my life. So I would just encourage everyone to go ahead and seek out a coach, seek someone else out, a mentor, someone that can help you navigate this life and really free yourself from your own limiting beliefs and your own fears and doubts, because those things can hold you back. So thank you so much for joining us. Thank you, Paula. I love
Oh my goodness. You know what, Alicia, I was thinking, the women of the world need to know what she's teaching about audacious confidence. And then I thought, wait a minute, that's what we're doing, is getting her message out to the women of the world. But what a great, wonderful message it is. And there are so many millions of women who just need to have that confidence. And one of the powerful things about you, honey, is that you have the story that you went from not having the confidence, so that the women who, you know, they say, wow, if she did that, I can do that. And you've got the practical processes for them to go from where you were, where they are, to where you are now, to where they want to be. So I applaud you. And there are so many of the show hosts that I know really well, and there are others that I don't know quite as well. And I thought, she's one of the ones that I really want to know better. So I look forward to that, honey. You're wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you so much,
It. Thank you, Natalie, for everything you did.
Thank you.
We love you. Bye-bye. Wow. What a day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. How blessed are we to have been here to hear these beautiful messages, and knowing I'm so thrilled that this will be for a long, long time for women to be able to access, so they also can hear these beautiful messages and take to heart the things that they can then apply and really work on that.
Yes.
I've got a long list, don't you?
I'm trying to think, you know, when I go to the website, or when I look at it again on International Women's Day YouTube or here on Facebook, I'm like, okay, I got to have 2 or 3 different notebooks. And then I got to slow it down, because I can do that with YouTube. I can actually slow down the speed so I can take this.
Yeah, I didn't know you could slow down the speed on YouTube, really. So they're like going, whoa.
Exactly.
That's amazing. I didn't know that. So Marina, how are you doing, honey, at the end of this 9-hour day?
It's been wonderful, Paula. I want to thank you and Natalie. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been a blessing for me. I have enjoyed every minute. And I am grateful for all the presenters. They were wonderful. I think that we not only celebrate women around the world, but we were kind of knitting hearts together.
Yes.
And I love that.
I love that too.
Yes.
So Natalie, any last words, darling?
The last words I have is come together, because even though we're all unique and individual, we still need to support one another.
Yeah.
We absolutely do. And my last words are, love yourself just the way you are, because we love you just the way you are. Happy International Women's Day to everyone. We love you. Thank you. Thank you, Natalie, for all you've done.
Bye.
Bye-bye.